Like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is. It's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, then our whole civilization, all of our people of color, will be destroyed. And that will be the first time in history that it ever happened. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men in Israel. But we already know that they got a plan out here to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of today's time that we're going through today.
This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolatry.
Where I am gone, where Kobe Olamo, Baruch Haba Yehovah, Uno Telanu Chayi, Bishbiuze, Ani no Tekavo, Bezaman Mahala. Bezaman hara unote Bishvilze ani note kavo 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 leya upore where I am gone, where Kobe Olamo, Baruch Haba Yehovah, Baruch Haba Yehovah, Uno Telanu Chayi, Uno Telanu Chayi, Bishbiuze, Ani no Tekavo. Bezaman machala urofe Bezaman hara unote ani note kavo
Shabbat Shalom, family. Shabbat Shalom, family. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
May the Most High be praised. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You know, this has been an amazing week. It's been a short week, primarily. But it's been It's been a very amazing week. This week I did a lot of praying and meditating. I've been on a fast recently. I started a juice fast for 30 days, so all I do is drink liquids. And this might be day 4, maybe day 5, I don't know. I think I started on the 15th, so whatever the day is, it is. But I'm gonna tell you, it's taking a toll. It takes a toll. It takes a lot of discipline to be able to do this. And I'm telling you from experience, because I'm feeling it already. Day 2, I was telling my wife, I'm so hungry, I'm starving. It felt like on day 2, it felt like I had been fasting for a month already. But I would encourage you all to
Join me on this fast if you're willing. And if you're in search of spiritual, physical, and mental discipline, mental enlightenment, and things of higher spiritual growth, if there's anything special you desire from the Creator, join me on this fast and ask the Creator to bless you in those areas prior to joining me. And you just watch how the heavens open up and so many blessings come down and you receive them, you open, you feel for them. And I like the part about your mind opening up. But I'm gonna share this with you because when I started this fast, 2, 3 days, I was working on my house, getting some work done at my house. And I have to accredit this fast for what I'm about to say. It ain't a whole bunch, big much, but it's something, and I just want to bring it to everybody's attention. I have to credit this fast for the ability to see. But I hadn't been home in a month, maybe a month. And when I came home and I was working on my house, and as I walked around the house and entered into the house and went down into the basement, of course I was grateful for what the Most High has blessed me with, physical possessions. But at this particular time, I'm more grateful for the mind, the insight, the keenness that the Creator has allowed me to have at this time that I want to share with you all. As I walked around the outside of the house, I walked in the inside of the house, and I looked and saw all the things that was needed in repairs to the house. Unbelievable. While you're living in this house and you're going day to day in this house, you don't think about the little things that need to be repaired. And if you don't handle them, what happens is it builds up, it builds up, it builds up. And then it becomes a whole lot of things that needs to be repaired. So while I'm walking through my house, I'm looking at, I had a leak in the garage where it was the toilet leaking upstairs. That had just started, so it wasn't a big thing. I put in a jacuzzi in the master bedroom. I never put the faucet on. Jacuzzi been sitting there for about 10, 15 years. I never put the faucet on, and I never hooked the drain up. These are just little things, and it's a whole lot more. The basement looks a mess. It needs to be redone, rebuilt. But these are just little things that we leave unattended. And we we lose sight and we lose focus on these little things because we're living there. We go out every day, we go to work, we come back home, and we don't pay attention to these little things because we become comfortable with this living environment, and it grows on us, and we really don't see how bad things are until we get to step away and come back to these things and revisit these things. Now, I'm saying all these things about my house because when I came back to it, I saw my house and there was so many things that needed to be done. What I'm saying is handle those things when they arrive. And then 10 years back, you won't have to look back and see all these out of order, disarrayed, misaligned things because you handled your business when the time came for you to handle your business. Now, I'm talking about my house, but now let's look at our lives. Take that analogy that I just put on that house and bring it back into reality with your life today. There are so many things that affect you in your mind, in your thoughts, in your spiritual development, your spiritual growth, that you don't give it the proper attention at the time when it comes up. And you just overlook it and you just brush it off to the back. But what you don't realize is that those things weigh on your soul until you handle them. And a lot of us don't. We have so much psychological damage in our brains right now that's affecting us from things that came about in our lives that we just ignored or moved aside and meant to get to it later and didn't approach it, didn't deal with it, and we just pushed it off. Well, those things accumulate also. So just like my home, when I went home and I saw that I had so much work to do to fix that house up, to get it so I could rent it out or something, is the same way that we present ourselves to the Creator every day with all this baggage, all this undealt with trauma, all these undealt with situations, abuse and mental abuse and physical abuse and financial, all types of things. A lot of us have so much damage inside of ourselves and then wonder why we can't get ahead in life. We can't get ahead in life because we don't deal with the issues when they arrive in our lives. There's somebody here right now complaining about the water bill, complaining about the electric bill, complaining about the gas bill. For that person that's complaining, let me ask you this question. When you first got the first gas bill, did you handle it correctly? Or did you put it off and say, I'll get to it later? It's called procrastination. And procrastination will destroy us almost every time because we procrastinate, and then eventually we got 15 million things in our lives that have went unaddressed, that we didn't deal with, that we didn't focus on, and that we didn't home in and pay attention and deal with it at that time. Now let me tell you why the house affected me so much. This is the house that my late wife lived in. I had her living in that house. I was living there with her, but I wasn't there as much as she was. And she just passed away. And she was very happy. You know, she was pleased with it. But I realized at that time how much I robbed her of that much more pleasure that I could have brought to her by having these things done, fixed, and corrected. When I walked around the yard yesterday or the day before, I believe it was the day before because I cut the grass. As I walked around the yard, I thought about hiring a yard man to plant trees and shrubbery and little flowers and different things in the garden to beautify the house. But why wasn't I thinking like that when she was there, when she was alive, so she could smell the aroma of the flowers and see the beautiful outside when she came home? Why wasn't I making those repairs when she was there? Money wasn't the problem. I had it. But what was the urgency to me? It wasn't an urgency because I didn't deal with the issues when they arose. I put patches on things. I covered things up, and I didn't deal with them as I should have, really kept up on the house like I should have. I didn't do that. And a lot of us today, a lot of men that here on this page today, and that will see this video in the future, please learn from my advice. You know, when I see my shortcomings, and when you have your woman and you have her living a certain way, deal with the small things when they arrive so that she can receive the full benefit of all that you do for her in her life. Because a lot of times she's living in this relationship like my wife was living in that house. That woman is living in this relationship so long, she gets accustomed to your behavior. She gets accustomed to what you do and don't do. And things that you don't, she let it slide. She let you get past with it. She's not on you because she's a good woman. She's a good woman, y'all. She's not on you, hitting you upside your head, knocking you, cussing you out because you ain't doing stuff. She lets it slide because she sees you're doing what you got to do to bring that money home to provide for the family. But what I'm saying to you, brothers, when you got a good woman on your team like that, don't let her want for nothing. Give her what she needs so that she can feel fulfilled within her inward parts. And a lot of that comes by way of with a woman, with a real woman. I'm talking about a real woman. What I notice is they like their home to be a home. They like their home to be a place where they can invite people and feel proud when people come in and see what their husband is doing for them and how their husband has set them up and taken care of them as a reward for all the hard work that they have done for their man, especially if they got a man like me, because I'm one of those guys, boy, I'll be on top. Yeah, baby, can you do this? Baby, can you do that? I need this. Can you you didn't do that yet? Come on now. I asked you that 3 days ago. That's me. I'm that type of guy, if it came to that. But the women that we have in our lives, we got to do a better job at providing for the women with the simplest things in life, you know? And the simplest thing that you can give to a woman is a home. But you got to, not just a house, but a home. But you got to make sure it is a home and not a house. Almost anybody can give her a house, but it's a different level when you can provide for her somewhere where she's really at peace, where she's happy and she's enjoying, you know. And we men, I'm talking to the men, not you males. You males still sleeping in somebody else's house, but I'm talking to you men. We really have to get on top of our game and give them the things that they really desire without them having to ask for it in the way that we're supposed to do it. It's too late for me and that wife. She's gone now. She's gone. She left us. She went on to be with the Creator wherever her next assignment is. May the Most High bless her memory. But now I have to look at this house and I have to make the repairs, which I should have done 10, 15, 20 years ago. Same thing with our lives. How many issues do we have in our life right now from situations that took place 10, 15, 20, even in our childhood that we haven't addressed, that we haven't dealt with, that we're still allowing to rule and control us today? We know we got these issues, so it's not like we're blind to it, because everybody tell you, but you refuse to do anything about it. You refuse to correct your behavior. You refuse to correct yourself. You refuse to get those things out of your way, out of your life. And those things will not help to propel you to greatness. They will only hinder you from being your best. That's what will happen. I promise you. A lot of you right now is unemployed. A lot of you right now are unemployed. And you're unemployed because of the decisions you made. I promise you, that's more than likely that's the reason. Because you could have went to college and got a better job. Or you could have went and learned a trade and got a better job and created your own job where you would never be unemployed because you work for yourself. You know, there's a whole lot of things. You might have decided to take an extended lunch break when you wasn't supposed to, got caught, got fired. I'm telling you, everything in your life, you have to always look at yourself and decide within yourself, where did I go wrong? What did I do wrong? And be honest with yourself and fix those things. Because the more you get away with things of not doing what you're supposed to do, the more baggage that builds up in your life and it weighs on you like a heavy weight. And you're not going to experience what it's like to have that weight lifted until you accomplish it and get it done. Like, for example, a lot of you, this lesson, this conversation, this message may not have sunken in yet. So let me share this with you. This might be something you could relate to. How many of you come home to a junky house every day? For a year, whole year, you come around your house. It's not like it's dirty and nasty. It's just junky. You got stuff cluttered all over here, cluttered all over the table, all on the chairs, all over everywhere. And all you got access to is your television and your radio, because that's what you be listening to, your television, your radio, even your bookshelf got papers all on top of it. And you go through that life for a year or two, just living that life. Go in the house and clean up. Straighten up your house. I mean, really clean your house up, organize your house, and watch you feel that through the whole process, it's like you're lifting the weight up off yourself. You actually feel lighter. You actually feel relieved. And if you're the person with the junky car, go get your car cleaned. Watch how much better you feel with just that one task accomplished. in life that you've done. Now imagine 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 tasks that's out of proper alignment in your life, and you'll feel that weight all over again. I'm promising you, family, a lot of the problems that we have in life is because we didn't properly deal with them when they first arose. We didn't deal with them when they first came about. We brushed them off, we procrastinated, we moved it to the side, and we went on doing what we was going to do. And we said we would deal with it later, but we never got back to it. We never revisited it. We never really handled it. Same thing in your spiritual growth to the Most High. You said you was going to stop eating that food because you know that food wasn't no good for you. You said you were going to stop eating them chips because these certain chips got seed oils in them, but you like them so much. But you kept saying you was going to do it. Every time you don't keep your word to yourself, it hurts you more than when you lie to someone else. You always got to be honest with yourself. You always got to be straight with yourself. You always got to be truthful with yourself. When you make a covenant with yourself, it's like making a covenant with the Almighty. Clip. You have to hold true to that covenant. You have to. Because if you don't, it's going to weigh on you, it's going to weigh on you, and it's going to weigh on you until the day comes that you begin to keep your own covenant with yourself. Believe me, may the Most High be praised. And I pray that you heard the message behind the message that was just shared with you today in the beginning of our class. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Higdalia. Shabbat Shalom, my brother Kezu. Shabbat Shalom. All right, my man, Sister Aisha. Shabbat Shalom, Ismail Sukari. Shabbat Shalom. Sister Laurel. Shabbat Shalom. Aim Katir. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Sister Brittany, Shabbat Shalom. Long time no see, Sister Brittany. Long time no see. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Isha. Bahira, Shabbat Shalom, sis. And again, tell my brother I said Shalom. May the Most High be praised. Brother Benjamin, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Yakia. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. Sister Yakia. Shabbat Shalom. And I seen Shimmy in the house. Didn't I see Shimmy in the house today? Shabbat Shalom, Shemaiah. Chicken brothel. Shabbat Shalom. Danielle, Shabbat Shalom, my brother. Danielle, Shabbat Shalom. My Isha, Shabbat Shalom. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. May the Most High be praised. We're going to do this, y'all. We're going to do this. But I pray that you all heard that lesson, that message. It was to me, I had to say it because I experienced it this week. And it made me sad a little bit. It made me sad. So I had to make myself a promise not to let that ever happen again in the future. The Creator spares my life for another 61 years like he told me I would, like he told me he would. Then, I got to step on top of that and keep it going. I got to keep it going. May the Most High be praised. All right. So we're going to go with the acknowledgments. We're going to give our thank yous to the Most High, the supreme intelligence of the universe. We're going to give our thank yous to the Most High. Who would like to be first to acknowledge the Creator and say thank you, Abi, for whatever it is that you feel you would like to thank the Most High for? May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Who would like to be first? Ima, you got this, right?
Okay, I got it.
All right. Toda Rabbah.
All right. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. We are going to begin our thank yous to the Creator for this day. And I will begin with Malka Higdalia, who has already placed her thank yous in. Malka Higdalia starts off, she says, I am thankful to the Most High for His mercy. And then she says, I'm thankful to the Most High to be on the 14th day of our count towards 50, even though I know now what the 50th date is from April 5th, and we have no Omer to wave. It's an interesting tone that counting the days brings. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for carrying my mother safely to celebrate her sister's birthday. Hallelujah for her traveling mercies. I'm thankful to the Most High that He gives me courage to ask tough questions, even of myself. Thoughts or actions I take, sometimes I question them just to make sure I'm not being brazen and thinking just because I think it's righteous. Hallelujah. Malka Dahlia also says, I'm thankful to the Most High that He allowed Yishai to see another year. Oh, how old is Yishai? And then she also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for being with my feet. They hurt so much a majority of the time. Yet, when I'm at work, I am able to endure. Aside from my gait, you wouldn't even know I had a foot problem. We're in the Most High. Feel you. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for keeping my granddaughter with a positive attitude, even when she has the emergency room. She's so sweet. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for how beautiful birds sound. I can close my eyes and it's almost like a symphony in the morning with their conversations. So true. Malka Higdalia also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for how He cleans our atmosphere. Yesterday, we had a small shower, and when I smelled the ozone, all I could do was smile at His perfection. Hallelujah. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High that I have not let living in New York kill my pleasant demeanor when greeting people. Some have this idea that if you greet people here, they will ignore you. However, I have noticed a bubbly good day or shalom can change their whole demeanor. So true. Also, I'm thankful to the Most High for bringing my father's wife and I closer together. She was a gem of a wife to my dad. Hallelujah. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Kifarim. People complain so much about the schooling system and what it does to our children, so they work tirelessly to create the school and continue to do amazing work with and for the Yeladim and provide professional development for the teachers instead of them having to pay for it. In the New York City school system, we have to pay for our own workshops, and they are nowhere near as good. All praises to the Creator for that provision. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High that my friends are so rational. I can go for weeks without speaking to them, and they take no offense. They just know I've been busy. Yep, those are good friends. Because some people. So she also says, I'm thankful to the Most High that He made it so that I made the cut to still see Lena's post. I don't know her super well, but I love many of the insights He has blessed her with. She's very insightful, very insightful. Malka Dahlia also says, I'm thankful to the Most High that my admiration for a person does not make me agree with everything they say. It's important to critically think about the assertions people make, especially when it comes to Torah. Hallelujah. It's very important. Torah for bringing that out. Malka Dahlia also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for giving me so many things to choose from when I need comfort. He is our sanctuary in so many ways. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High that I am mindful of the law. Even when I am sad or angry, it feels like a blessing to always be able to choose life no matter how I feel. Hallelujah. So that was all of Malka Higdalia's great thankfuls. And 1 second, I can pull it up. All All right. And then now I will go back and read. So Moray Kezu has placed his thankfuls. He says, I want to take a moment to thank the Creator for making this day. Sometimes we get caught up in the ways of the world, and it's this day that brings us back to His way. Hallelujah. I'm sorry. Moray Kezu also says, I am grateful that my Ima was able to bring my Abi in from idolatry, for he was initially Christian, but stood firm for the Most High, despite his family views and values. He saw the value here and taught it to his children. I'm thankful that Hebrew was our first language in the household, setting the foundation for cultural growth. Truly thankful for that structure. Hallelujah. All praises. Moray Kezu also says, I am thankful for the elders that are still around, guiding and caring for the people. You are appreciated and needed. Shabbat Shalom.
Thank you very much, young man.
Toda Rabba Moray Kezu for your thankfuls. A second. Thought I had a sneeze. All right. Welcome back, Sister Brittany. Long time no see. Shabbat Shalom. Sister Brittany says her thankful is thankful for the health journey I've been on for over a year. The discipline have trickled down into every aspect of my life.
You see how that works? The discipline has effect. She started off doing one thing consistent, and that spirit is contagious, and it starts changing in other areas of your life. That's good. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabba.
Praise. All right. All right, Amore Benyamin, his thankful is, I'm thankful for this fellowship. Very warm and welcoming and focused. This is definitely a breath of fresh air on the Sabbath.
May the Most High be praised.
We are thankful for you all being here and being present. I'm trying to see if I see any more thank yous. Oh, yeah, I do. Ann Kenya, Gavert Laurel says, giving thanks to the Most High for safety to and from Beulah. Thankful for the accomplishments of this cycle. I made records yesterday. 3 jump starts in one day. My baby got a brand new battery. Toda Most High. Toda Most High. Toda Most High. All right. My sister wife Autumn says, I am thankful to witness my East purchase mine and my sister wife's houses on the land. Toda to you, hubby, for your diligence in attaining the things we need. We were able to use my house to host our family during Kakmatsu, and it was wonderful and a learning experience for me, learning what it takes to truly make things work. Hallelujah. All right, I'm not sure if anybody else has any thank yous.
All I've seen, babe.
Autumn says she's put one more.
Well, she just take the microphone.
Who do you know? Okay. You posted this. Shabbat Shalom, Prince.
You don't have to read it. Well, you can read it.
Okay. You don't want me to post it?
It doesn't matter, babe.
Okay. Shabbat Shalom, Prince Kaz. Thank you for this message. This is your elder sister. I have just begun to shine for the Most High. I am that I am. Ain't no stopping me now. All praises to I am. Have a beautiful I am Shabbat gathering today and forever. Give your Ishaim, my motherly love. Oh, that's I'm sorry. Say your name again for me, babe. Shabbat Shalom again. Yeah, Ima Doresha. Shabbat Shalom, Ima. All right. My sister's wife also says, I'm also thankful for the health and life that is growing within me. As of now, I'm 24 weeks and 5 days, and baby is kicking me left and right, up and down, laughing out loud, but thankful for the heartbeat and movements. Hallelujah. Toda Yehovah. For that. Great. All right. Yep. I don't see any more. Okay. Yeah, and starting the commandments.
Yeah, I think that's it. I want to sing a song.
Hmm?
Where Kezu at? I want to sing a song. Where Kezu at? Where Kezu at?
Well, I'll give my thank yous while he comes.
Go ahead, Emma. While we look for Kezu.
All right.
Kezu, let me
All
get Kezu on the stage. See if my brother give us a song.
right.
And then you got
Oh,
my wife sitting there next to you. Maybe she could sing us a song. She still owes
well,
us one
she,
from TikTok.
okay, I
Where
don't
brother
think she.
Asa at? Brother Asa, you in the audience, brother Asa? Come on, y'all. Let's do this thing.
Yeah, she's not gonna sing a song today.
Okay, well,
I think no.
tell us
All right.
anyway. Brother Kezu, grab that link. Come on in and give us a song today, man. Go ahead, Ishi. Emma.
All right. Shabbat shalom, everyone. Shabbat shalom, lekolam. All praises, all glory unto our Creator for this Shabbat day. Thanking Him for the Shabbat day. So grateful, always a blessing, as mentioned before, to make it to this day from a week, whether it was long, hard, easy, whatever it was. I'm always super grateful to make it through the week to see another Shabbat day, a set apart day that the Most High has ordained to be set apart and placed his presence upon this day in a magnificent way. So I'm always grateful to open my eyes, rise up and stretch and call upon his name and make prayer unto him on this day. I'm super grateful for my harem, everything that they have left on record, their memory, their legacy, all those things that has given me fortitude and strength and discipline in this life, especially with all the different things that are going on in the world today. I ran into a good sister friend yesterday, and it was actually, a pleasant visit. I was in Whole Foods and I just happened to see her. Whenever I come to Atlanta, I run into somebody. And the first thing she said was, "Are you still living out there in the country?" I said, "Absolutely am." And then she said, "You had the right idea. Long before many of us, when COVID hit, you were gone. I'm sure it didn't even bother you like it bothered so many people." And I had to agree. It didn't bother me to the degree that it bothered so many people. And then she said, but you grew up having, your parents prepared you for so much. And that just reminded me of, yeah, preparedness is so important because honestly, it doesn't matter where you live. If you're prepared, for whatever is to come, you're going to be able to survive and push through and see the outcome better, than if you're not prepared. So that's, that encouraged me to, yes, stay prepared and get more prepared because you're never prepared enough, especially when you have the wickedness of the world, around you. And they're constantly preparing for destruction, for the worst, for whatever it is, to do whatever they have to do to attain what they are supposed to be attaining. And so, if they're preparing, that means us on this side of goodness, of greatness, of positivity and righteousness, we have to continue to prepare. And it goes beyond just saying a prayer to the Creator, asking for His protection. It goes so much further than that. And so, like I said, that just initiated something inside of me to, sparked another thing of yes, you have to stay prepared. And that means continuously preparing because as the world changes, your preparedness is going to change. So, Total Rabbi for that message that was given to me yesterday. And super thankful to my Ish, as my sister wife said, for all his provisions. The Most High, has definitely been a blessing unto you as a provider. And so I continue to pray for your protection and guidance, and that He continues to allow you to be the servant, the man, the father, the leader that you have been and will continue to be if it be His will. May it be His will. So Total Rabah to you, Ish. Also Total Rabah to the Creator for family, for my sister wife, my sisters, my brothers, all of our children that we have combined and individually. Total Rabah for blended family. I would never get, I love my family and it's truly a blended family. My siblings and my parents. And so for me, like I love blendedness when it comes to bringing forth something productive and happy and righteous. Of course, we know there's certain things we cannot blend by the Most High's law, but having a blended family is a blessing if it's done correctly, and understanding the gift of it. A lot of times we don't understand why certain people are not together anymore, and in life, sometimes it's just not what it was supposed to be. But I'm grateful for my family. I'm grateful for the blended family that I'm developing within my personal family now, and truly pray that as we grow and continue in this blended family, that we become stronger and righteous in our movements together. Um, you know, and super grateful for our community, for all those who came and attended Sukkot with us physically and virtually, but especially physically. We had a beautiful occasion of so many things that happened, during that week, that a lot you had to be here for. And super grateful for just the beginning stages of certain things that we did. So I'm just, I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for the Most High placing it in our hearts to to begin things and then to see it through so that we can continue this process. I'm super grateful to the Creator for our school, Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Kifarim. As Sister Higdalia said, it's a movement of its own, honestly. And the school is truly a blessing for us who are admins, and then for our children, our Yeladim, and our parents, our Horim. It's a truly blessing to be able to communicate and evolve and grow within all of that. And it's funny because I'm not just an admin or principal, co-founder, whatever. I'm a parent. I have a child there. I had children there at one point. And then two of my daughters were the founding teachers. So it's so much more than one person. And we really have to, or even what you think your position is. Every position at the school is very important. It's like a puzzle. If you don't have it, every piece in its proper place and aligned correctly, it will not flow correctly. And so I'm grateful that the Most High is aligning us in a perfect puzzle as He sees. And as it continues to grow, I continue to pray for the right people to come along and be a part of such a phenomenal process. I'm grateful for just everything that the Most High is allowing to be, and for traveling mercies for our Ish, who traveled so many hours a couple of days ago, 9 hours one way here, and then 9 hours to another place. That was a whole 18-hour journey, and the Most High kept him on that journey safe and sound, and allowed him to arrive safely to one of his other homes. So super grateful for that, and grateful for the Most High allowing us to journey from our home to where we are. And may He continue to watch over us in these different spaces, and watch over all of us in the different spaces that we're all dwelling in, so that we can continue to come together, whether it be virtually or physically, but come together nonetheless. So Toda Rabah for that. And I pray that everybody has a beautiful and glorious Shabbat and upcoming week. And that's it. Say who.
All right. And the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. So you guys see that little comment on the side down there in the corner, on the right-hand side in the corner? How about y'all take the time to answer some of these questions here? How about y'all take the time to answer some of those questions? And if you don't answer, then just participate. Keep that spirit moving. Keep that spirit strong. Keep it alive. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
May the Most High be praised. Amy Sukari says, thankful to be present among the many, giving thanks. And then she also says, this country is a great place to be if you're ready. You're ready. And then Maury Kessler says, I send these services to my older children. And Malcolm Higdali says, there was no other reason for my parents to get together other than to bring me forth. And she said, it took a while for me to see that. Hallelujah. I actually had a similar conversation years ago with someone about two of my children and how that was the whole purpose. And they didn't like the conversation, but it was something that was revealed to me, and I shared it because I felt it was important. Because sometimes, we get into these relationships out of whatever it is, lust, ignorance, whatever it is, right? And sometimes the seeds that come forward out of it is what truly was supposed to happen in some ways, right? And we just got to figure out how to make sure that whatever we did doesn't disrupt the function of who they become and who they are. So it's definitely I would say, it is a whole conversation. And I definitely would say it's a blessing, and for some it can be a curse, but it's a blessing if you look at what life is to bring. But you have to take that time to truly understand why, and be honest. Like you said, Malcolm Higdali, it took you a while for you to see that, because, and I think a lot of times it's because we want more out of something, but we didn't even go into it knowing what we wanted out of it. And then once we're in it, we see that what it's not supposed to be. But if the two aren't aligned in that whole process, then it's not going to be that. And I'm not saying that every time, you're with someone and you have a child with them, that it can, some things don't turn out to be, really copacetic, however, that child though, is at some point you have to kind of find a way to grow and become better for their growth and for their existence, so that they have a fruitful life and make better choices than what we did. So my sister's wife says, a couple of my family members watch our services from time to time. So yes, I'd recommend. All right. And then she also says, on that topic, I'm grateful that even though my parents weren't together or got married, they remained good co-parents for most of my life. My mom never kept me from my father in any way out of bitterness.
What a blessing. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabah. All right.
All right. I don't see any more thank yous. Did you want? I know you were calling for Maury Kessler. Maybe he's here now.
I don't see him. He's not here. Okay. Maury Kessler is not here with us right now.
Right.
He must don't want to sing. So it's cool. He doesn't want to sing with us today. Where you at? I don't see you, bro. I gave you the link. Come on in. We wanted to hear some songs. There you go. I sent it again. Yeah, we send you the link, bro. We try to get this thing. We like to keep things flowing. Sometimes we have great people in the midst of us. Great people right in our companies. Great people that's not mentioned and talked about much often. But I just want to send out a shout out to all the great people that's here in the audience today. Y'all know who you are. And if any of you choose that you want to come on the platform and speak, I just sent the link, just hit the button, and we'll give you the opportunity to speak some of those words, because I know that you're a great person, great individual. So, I would like to extend that opportunity to you all as well.
I will can unshare that image. You want me to go now? Abba, you're sharing your screen.
Do you want me to take it down?
Yeah, I thought, is he not coming? Okay. I
I
can
will
go.
a second. Come on, there you go. There you go.
Okay. Can you take that down? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I'll do what you say, ma'am, right away. All right, brother. You got the floor, bro. Do your thing and Shabbat Shalom to you.
Shabbat Shalom again. Shabbat Shalom, Kobe, Israel.
Shabbat shalom.
Let's start with what it is. Thank you for another beautiful day, giving all praise, honor, glory to the Most High Yah, Rock and our Redeemer, the one who allows us to be. Thankful for even Him allowing us to see yet another beautiful Shabbat day. Let's start off with that song. Dead HaShabbat, Sameachani. Dead HaShabbat, Sameachani. Dead HaShabbat, Sameachani. Ani Ohev Hayom Shadonai. Dead Hayom Ato, Sameachani. Dead Hayom Ato, Sameachani. Dead Hayom Ato, Sameachani. Ani Ohev Hayom Shel Yahuwah. Yahuwah O Yomi, Yehonatan. Kodevadi, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Asheshe Kadash, Sameachani. Asheshe Kadash, Sameachani. Asheshe Kadash, Sameachani. Ani Ohev Hayom Shel Yahuwah. Ani Ohev Hayom Shel Yahuwah. Ani Ohev Hayom Shel Yahuwah. Loving this beautiful day, waking up in the morning and you can stretch, see the sun shine and see the sunshine. And even if it's raining outside, you just know that this is the day that the Most High has made and He deemed it holy. So in that regard, we shall keep it holy. Baruch Hashem, El Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem, El Yahuwah. Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahuwah. Blessed be the name of Yahuwah. Blessed be the name of Yahuwah. Blessed be the name of Yahuwah. Blessed be the name, blessed be the name of Yahuwah. Hebrew Persia. Uno teleke, ubayam uno teleke, ubayam uno teleke, ubayam. Gives us bread and our water too. He gives us bread and our water too. He gives us bread and our water too. He gives us bread and our water too. Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem, Shel Adonai. Shel Adonai. Blessed be the name, blessed be the name of our God. My guest drummer over there, my son slash backup singer, holding it down. We love praising the Most High all the time, all throughout the days. But I think the Shabbat is, a day set aside particularly. We should definitely do it on a daily basis. Yet we do so much other stuff on a daily basis. As I said, call this day holy. And what better way to keep it holy than to praise his glorious name? So continuing on in that fashion, blessed be the name. Baru, 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 Adon Olam Asher Malah Eterem Ko Esedira Etet Nasa Beke Soko Azamele Shimonikra Be'adare Iko Ako Devado Gimlo Nora Wehu Aya Wehu Owe Wehu Ye
Sing, bro.
Eka we ejedi leham shilo lehagbera eli reshi eli tagli Elohao Ve'hamisra Ve'hu Eli Ve'kago Ali Ve'zokevli Ve'ezara Ve'hu Nisi Umanosli Not go see Yom Ekra Veya Ado Afiruki Ve'et Isha Ve'aira Ve'ibruki Viyati Yahu Ali Velo era Adon Olam Melekagavu Bore Hare Mele kagabo. Bore hare. Hallelujah.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbi, bro.
Ko Hazman, Ko
Any words
Gavolaka.
you want to say, bro? Any words you want to say to the family?
Just thankful to be in the midst. He heard my man in the background. He
What'd
want to
he
do
say?
Cabo. He said he want to sing Cabo.
Go ahead. Let him sing Cabo.
Sing Cabo. What you want to do with me? You want to sing Cabo?
King.
I know the words. I know the words. Cabo le afukore. Ades we hashimai. I am the Kobe Olamo. Baruka Badunai. Una Telanukai. This feels a I need no take a There's a man, ala, puro fe. There's a man, akala, uno te. Feels a
You don't
no
say.
take a Cabo, Cabo, Aruca Banunai, no te la Nukai, no te Cabo, Aruca Banunai, Aruca Ba. This feels a I need no take Cabo.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Gotta give him the shorter version. I don't like messing up people's words, but you know, I mess around and do my own remix. In all essence, in all honesty, it's still giving praise and honor to the glory that is. Thankful again for another Shabbat day, another opportunity to, put everything aside and just consider the greatness that the Most High has put us to and will continue to put us through. It's funny. I know there's all types of things in this world that would or could try to take us off the course of righteousness. And you just got to be mindful and considerate, and just consider the Most High and all the things that we encounter. Like, okay, just for instance, this week I decided to go out and perform. I hadn't performed in a while, and it felt good. It felt good to be in front of people, to bring in some type of joy to people's stressful days as people go through. And then, I see this one guy looking at me. He's paying attention to the whole performance. And then when he gets up, he hands me something, but he didn't hand it to me. He literally put it in my keys. You know what I mean? So I'm just like, what is it? Then I look at it afterwards. People hand you publications and type of stuff all the time. I've gotten Jehovah's Witness things. I'm just like, we don't do that stuff. We are the real Jehovah's Witnesses in essence. But I looked at this card. This card gave this guy us looked like some mystical type stuff. I'm not gonna deal with that. We gotta go. We have to be mindful and just consider the fact that there are other people in this world that do other things, but the secret things and the things that are hidden from us are for a reason. But the things that are revealed to us are to bring the Most High His glory. And that is the duty of man. Fear the Most High, keep His commands. So I'm thankful for that. The Most High allowed me to see what it was, and that whatever it was that the man gave me wasn't for me. Leave that for somebody else, particularly because, to be honest, there's no other way for me. I couldn't see me or my children doing anything else other than what my parents brought me into. So I'm thankful. I do have my youngest Bane here, and I look forward to, having my older children in the fold as well. It's only a matter of time. The Most High is in control of everything, so I just put it in his hands and continue to move in his righteousness. Yom Tov, everybody. Shabbat Shalom Lechem. May the Most High be praised.
May the Most High be praised. Excellent, brother. Excellent, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All the power.
May the
Anytime.
Most High be praised.
Hallelujah.
All right, Ima, it's on you. You want me to do the video now? You ready? I'm sorry. May I share now, ma'am? Is it okay if I share my screen now?
Yes, you may, sir.
Well, thank you for being so generous to me. All right, I'm going to get started now. Ready?
Ta-da.
Of the men that we've been with inside of our bodies.
I think women that have
let me
more
try to
than-
start it over, please.
Cannot wash men off. There will always be a remnant of the men that we've been with inside of our bodies.
I think women that have more than 2 baby daddies usually have some sort of mental illness.
Is that true?
Okay, so this is what I know. Every time you get pregnant, right, there's stem cells that come from that baby, and them stem cells end up behind your eyes and your brain and your heart and your lungs and stuff and help your organs heal while the baby taken from you. And those stem cells always stay with you, right?
Is an elephant heavy?
So that means that man is always in you, and that is why the Bible says you will only desire your husband.
If you give yourself to another man while you got a man, nothing is more scummier than you.
And anything goes up in there, it automatically, the uterus starts to absorb it. It starts going through the vaginal walls and all that, and the blood, it gets into the bloodstream.
You bullshit.
And it's because he's starting to bind to your DNA, right?
It's over if you fuck another motherfucker. Bitch, you my woman, goddammit.
And that's why it's couples, when they be together too long, they start looking alike. You start looking like him. Like, it's not, the guy don't always start looking like her. She start looking like him.
Yeah, real?
He is genetically modifying her. And every time you get pregnant by him, you start to get modified. Right?
For the woman, it is literally a permanent physical attachment. Since microchimerism is real,
This is really what we're talking about. This is whole shit, man.
Right? That's multiple spirits, multiple thoughts, multiple modifications from different DNA strands.
All you hoes, I hope listening.
It's causing you to have mental stress. So
Well, them the women you run from, the freaky, crazy women, or those are the women.
We cannot wash men off. There will always be a remnant of the men that we've been with inside of our bodies.
I think women that have more than 2 baby daddies usually have some sort of mental illness.
Pause it.
Is that
Thank you.
Toda, everybody. All right. Toda, everybody. It's going to be a very interesting topic. I hear this. My husband talks about this a lot, you guys. The whole basically conversation of a man's DNA coming out of his seminal fluid. That's the proper way to say it, right? Becoming a part of a woman. So, as I saw this today, and I've heard this before, and numerous times. However, when I was watching it today, of course, it sparked a little different thought process within me. I started to consider my own self. Because yes, I do have multiple children. I have 5 children, and by 3 different men. And so I thought to myself, like, to what aspect are these men still a part of my life outside of my children? You get what I'm saying? And I think also I thought to myself how it's accountability at a certain stage where we have to, I'm sorry, you guys. But also it's accountability at a certain stage in a woman's life when you have multiple fathers or even multiple sex partners, right? To where you have to say to yourself, like, okay, so to what degree have I changed or allowed that person's fluids, DNA, or whatever to integrate into me, where it's now a part of who I am on a daily basis. Because I heard what they said, right? And then of course I read from different spaces about it, which I'm going to read today. And of course, then I have my own experience that I'm going to share, because I truly believe that there's multiple sides to this conversation. It's not just a one way that a person says that's what it is and that's what it is. I certainly don't agree with that. I do agree that there are significant changes that can happen in a person, whether they become a mother of that person's child or just because they were in a relationship with them, you know. And I do agree that after you've been around or with someone for years, you can start to take on their characteristics. You know, you all start to look alike. But then there's some instances where you already, kind of like what Malcolm Dahlia says, there are already similarities that will cause y'all to look alike anyway. And then I thought about something, and it was just funny to me. Yesterday, my sister's wife and I were in the store. She walked away, so I had the baby with me. And this woman says, "Oh my gosh, he looks just like you." And of course, I started laughing, and I said, "Oh, well, I'm not his biological mother." And she was like, "It's all in the eyes." And I was just like, "Oh, okay." And so, you know, but it was funny because, of course, she doesn't know my relationship to him. But I told her, I said, "Oh, well, he's my sister wife's baby." She said, "Oh, that explains it all." And the fact that she understood what I said. I was in a store that, you know, you have all type of different people walking in there. And so, but you know, what I did think about, and this is just to kind of get into the whole conversation. What I did think about what she could be seeing the relation with the baby and I, BK and I, is that, of course, you know, I've been here since he was I guess you could say processed in the womb, right? And I've been a part of his life from every moment. I was there throughout his entire birth, you know, in the actual bath, bathing pool with my sister wife, you know, going through and helping her push him out. And, you know, but we spend so much time together, he and I. And so, and then, you know, I'm his father's other wife. So I could see those things, you know, but I honestly don't think we look alike. But from somebody else they're just looking at him, looking at me, you know, people always want to say something. So anyway, but I can understand where the whole gist of, as you spend more time, you start to look like, you know, that person. Excuse the noise in the background, everyone. The baby is enjoying his Shabbat.
No, don't have her do something about it, please.
Okay. She's working on it now. You are so crazy, my good Dahlia. She said, "I can't imagine y'all starting to look like Prince." Yeah, because he's truly a man, but there's characteristics. I don't always think it's the look-alike, but I do think there's characteristics of a person that you start to carry with you. I truly am a person who believes, like, when you're around somebody, you do start to emulate and carry those characters. So there's things that I see that I do that I'm like, oh, my husband would do that, you know, after I've done it or whatever. And I know it's because we've been around each other so long that I am now taking on some of those characteristics that he possesses and that are very strong. And so they automatically just, you know, come off of me because of not just being around each other, but because we have a very because we're an intimate relationship, right? And so, so that's why I even titled this "The Mental Weaknesses or Strength of a Man's DNA," because even as you can carry the strong characteristics of a man, you can also carry the weak characteristics of a man as well. And so I think that's very important to bring out, and because there's good and bad in all of it. So before I read more, I just want to express like my first thoughts when I read it, when I saw it today, was like, okay, Medaya, what do you see in yourself from previous relationships, right? Especially the ones, particularly because it was the topic of having children. And I honestly had to say to myself, maybe 20 years ago, maybe even 30 years ago, I could see where I was in a space where I could carry those different type of characteristics within me. However, I know at least in the last 18 years, when I came into this way of life, there were things that I noticed I automatically changed, acknowledging who the creator was. And then I also started to think about the things that I started to change prior to me knowing the creator when it came to, you know, being associated or carrying a person's attitude, behaviors, all those things. So I think truly the first part of carrying or being affected by another person's character, DNA, all those seminal fluids, is you yourself understanding that that's a concept that happens. And something my husband and I talked about earlier was that a lot of women don't even realize that that happens because they are not educated on it. It's not that they may not believe it one day, but if you don't know something, you're ignorant to that, you know, and ignorance just means to not know or to not have knowledge of. Not saying that you're stupid or any of those things. Ignorance, clearly, just the meaning of it is to not have knowledge of something. And so, anyway, back to what I was thinking, I started to think about how those relationships affected me as a woman, you know, as a mother. And I had to really say to myself and acknowledge, I know for my older children, though that didn't affect to the degree of what, you know, I would think it would, of my relationship with them as a mother, who I became, because it's something in me though. I can be a very detached person, especially when it comes to a relationship with someone. If they did me wrong, if we're not together, I can really detach myself to where that person is almost non-existent in my life. And that's just not with males. That's just period. That's just, I don't know, something in me that's been like that all my life. But then I said, but my younger children's father, I started to think about the different things. And I said, yeah, there were things that were very prominent in the weaknesses of his seminal fluids inside of me that I noticed that I carried because I allowed it to be a part of something in me because I wanted to fix something. And I wanted to, and I didn't truly understand everything about what was happening. And so I went to counseling, honestly, you guys. I believe in counseling and I believe in going and releasing a lot of energies because it's so important for me, I know. And this is why I'm saying for me, because I can't speak for everybody else. But for me, it's important to release, truly is important to release a lot of things that trauma, whether it be trauma, or even good things in a past relationship. It's important to release a lot of things from previous relationships that may affect you moving forward. And so through my counseling, a lot came out about certain things that were present in me that I knew were present, but I just didn't know how to identify it. But once it was identified and I was able to walk through it and talk through it, I was able to fully release so much of that seminal fluid influence that was inside of me from that particular person, to the point where I even noticed like I didn't have anxiety, when it came to discussing that person anymore. I was able to actually feel strong enough to be like, you know what, I don't owe you anything just because we have children. I owe myself a peace, a space, a place of comfortability where I know, hey, your influence, that you no longer have a influence of power over me. And one of the reasons why it stayed in there is because I didn't detach. I didn't detach because I was trying to save something for my children. And so, but once I detached, I saved myself from certain things. And then I also noticed I was saving my children from certain things. Because when you're attached to something, then you're kind of like in a very not small, in a very big but soft way, you're forcing a situation to stay that truly is not healthy. So, and I know everybody may not agree in this, and I don't really place my opinions for anyone to agree with. I'm stating this just so that, for one, for me, it's clarity, it's confirmation of what I read earlier, of what I saw earlier, and then what I read later, that there's differences in this process. There's differences in the awareness of what you allow to attach to you, and what you allow to stay with you, and whether it be out of guilt, whether it be out of lack of knowledge, whatever it be out of, whether it be out of love, whether it be out of hate, whatever it is, we have to be able to identify it within ourselves and then find a way to heal, release. And if it's a good process, he said he just got detached from backstage. Okay. Find a way to release it so that you can move forward, And so I thought in that process of just thinking about all that, how impactful that was to this conversation. And a lot of times, just like previous, when we share videos, my husband finds these videos and shares them. A lot of the conversations that are being had aren't being had necessarily out of a spiritual guidance. A lot of it's being had out of opinion because of whatever happened to them. Now, the sister who did bring forth some of the information, to my knowledge, she doesn't even have children. And she did say in the very beginning, I think. And so that even, is a spark, because sometimes, we as women will hear something and be like, oh my gosh. But once I listened again and again, I was like, okay, she says she thinks. So she doesn't know. This is just an opinion of something she may have observed or something she heard. And so that's important too, to listen to how the message is being brought, so that you can actually hear the true message that's being sent to you. And I know for me, that's what I had to do. Like, I heard the message and I was like, what? Then I heard it again. And I was like, okay, let me see what exactly I need to hear out of this, so I can have an intelligent thought and an intelligent response to what was being said. And so back to my point is, we see a lot of these videos all over social media of men having their opinion about how women should be, or why a woman might do this, or why a man might do this from another woman. And a lot of those opinions come from hurt places. They don't come from healed places, or they come from places where they don't have a connection with the creator, right? They're just, a lot of times it's for clickbait, or it's to get more people to follow you, or just to get an audience, just to get a reaction. So we have to also be able to dissect what message is being brought, how it's being brought, all these different things of why it's being said. And then as we bring it to you, our family, our community, who have a different outlook, who know the creator, right, in a different way, who have a relationship with the creator, and who are in healthy relationships. However, we still may carry unhealthy baggage from previous relationships. For those of us who've been in them, it's a blessing for any woman who does not have to carry baggage from another and to be in a very great marriage or relationship. That's a blessing. And I definitely, applaud that, because it's hard. It can be very hard if you don't have a balance or an emotional or a mental awareness of what someone else's influence can be upon you. So so I wanted to bring that out. And so I wanted to bring that out, and I wanted to read a couple of things, because one thing that I hear so much when I look at these podcasts or hear these podcasts is how it's a fact. It's stated in a factual manner that seminal fluids is attached to the stem cells in the brain and all these things. But I read something today from another aspect where it's talking about how it isn't. So I just want to bring both sides, because like I said, there's two sides to everything, and it's two understandings. So the first thing I wanted to read, and I don't really like to read AI overviews, so I'm going to the source. It's the female response to seminal fluid. And so this, and like I always try to do, is give you my resource. So the female response to seminal fluid is brought to us by John E. Shinskin and Sarah A. Robertson. And so it's also published in Psychological Reviews on, what is this? I'm sorry. Yes, Psychological Reviews, American Psychological Society. And so it reads, and it's talking about it says the abstract, seminal fluid is often assumed to have just one function in mammalian reproduction, delivering sperm to fertilized oocytes. But seminal fluid also transmits signaling agents that interact with female reproductive tissues to facilitate conception and pregnancy. Upon seminal fluid contact, female tissues initiate a controlled inflammatory response that affects several aspects of reproductive function to ultimately maximize the chances of a male producing healthy offspring. This effect is best characterized in mice, where the female response involves several steps. Initially, seminal fluid factors cause leukocytes to infiltrate the female reproductive tract and to selectively target and eliminate excess sperm. Other signals stimulate ovulation, induce an altered transcriptional program in a female tract tissues that modulates embryo development programming, and initiate immune adaptations to promote receptivity to implantation and placental development. And so, just in layman's terms, because I know that was a lot of medical terminology, it's basically saying that the strong sperm will eliminate the weaker sperm, and then come into where the ovulation process is, come to the egg, and start the actual formation of starting to develop an embryo, a baby, a fetus in utero, inside the uterine walls. So, or placenta is developed. And so I hope that was, I know I do speak a lot of medical terminology, so I'm trying to keep it plain enough so where we can all understand. It also says the key result is expansion of the pool of regulatory T cells that assist implantation by suppressing inflammation, mediating tolerance to male transplantation antigens, and promoting uterine vascular adaptation and placental development. So the translation for that basically is that particular sperm from that man is basically coming in to make sure his sperm is in a comfortable, non-reactive, negatively reactive space, so that it can produce in the manner that it's supposed to. So that's another reason why, and it just made me think about another reason why, yes, when you have multiple sexual partners, especially if you're if you're having multiple sexual partners at the same time, it can be very difficult. It is very difficult, and it has been shown that those children that come out may look like somebody that's not the father, because all those different fluids are still present there. So it is very important that we cleanse ourselves, detox ourselves to the best of our ability. Just like if you can detox parasites out of you, I believe, you can detox those things, because semen it can be relatable to a parasite. It's something foreign to your body. That's why sometimes, and it is proven scientifically, but sometimes women will have a miscarriage because the body is fighting an antigen that it's not familiar with. So, we really have to, right, and especially if it's not healthy, because you can have unhealthy semen come into you, and sometimes it can be more empowering, right? But so the true thing is, we have to be mindful when you're going through relationships. If you have multiple partners at one time, yes, your baby may come out with a character of men that you wouldn't think, but because it's there and it's present at the time, it can happen. Also, we have to identify that when we go from relationships, so let's say we're in a relationship with one man, and we've been in that relationship with that one man for 10 years, that man's seminal fluid is so dominant, especially in that area of a woman, in her uterine, in her ovulation areas, because what we just read was saying how it's implantation. And implantation means it's a process of taking over. It's a process of basically forming your uterine walls to be able to accept the seminal fluid that's coming from that man. And so when that happens, we have to understand, okay, I've been with this man 10 years. Now y'all are no longer together. You go on whether it be a 6 months to a year break, you're with another man, and then you have a baby with that man. And then you see the characteristics of your ex, because one mentally you did not detox, right? Because it's a lot of mental detox that we have to do. Physically, you didn't detox. You didn't cleanse yourself, going on fast, doing different things to detox your body, like we were saying, from parasites and all those things, right? We have to be able to detox ourselves. And so these are common ways or reasons why our children may have a character or characteristics of another, because that particular seminal fluid was dominant. Yeah, it does. And I read that too. It does kill the unwanted semen. However, though, the semen that it did not kill, because it talked about that, it implanted into that woman's body, so that when that man does, ejaculate in the midst of her uterine walls, that it finds its way, because it's already caused. It's like it's weird to describe. It's like a seal that semen has placed, so that it can make sure it travels through and marks its territory like a dog does, right? So, and not to equate that to a dog, but I'm just trying to get everybody's mind to it. And I see, I'm sorry, I'm reading the brother comment. The woman body is built for her to do only one first step after intercourse. So I appreciate the comments. But what I'm saying too is that, because, and maybe because I work in the medical field, especially in GYN, so it's a lot of studying that I have done when it comes to a woman's body. And then I'm very particular about just what happens during those times. So a lot of things that we think, may be what it is, it's not necessarily what we think. We got to really look at the we have to really look at what's happening. Hold on one second. I believe this only applies when consensual sexual relationships. What about victims of rape? So,
Hey,
so and that's
let's
go ahead.
address the sidebar conversations after you finish.
Okay, okay. I'm sorry. Um, all right. So yeah, so to get back to what I was saying about the implantation process, right? So once that happens and the egg and the sperm meets, of course, there's a and this is just my own opinion because of me having children. There's certain things that those children, of course, have similarities in that another child of yours doesn't. But then you can see some other similarities that you're like, oh no, they shouldn't have those similarities, but they do because of the longevity of you and that person sharing fluids, and so I wanted to bring that out, and I wanted to read selectly the rest of what I was reading for you guys. So it says, to finish off, a key result is the expansion of the pool of regulatory T cells that assists implantation by suppressing inflammation, mediating tolerance to male transplantation antigens. And seminal fluid include prostaglandins and transforming growth factor B. The balance of male signals affects the nature of the female response, providing a mechanism of cryptic female choice that influences female reproductive investment. Male-female seminal fluid signaling is evident in all mammalian species investigated, including human, and effects of seminal fluid in invertebrates indicate evolutionary conserved mechanisms. Understanding the female response to seminal fluid will shed new light on infertility and pregnancy disorders and is critical to defining how events at conception influence offspring health. And somewhere else I wanted to read. 1 second. So I asked the question, of course, does seminal fluid changes women's DNA? And so this source, also from American Psychological Societal Journal, says no, seminal fluid does not change a woman's DNA. While seminal fluid can trigger temporary changes in gene expression and immune responses within the female reproductive tract to support pregnancy, it does not alter, rewrite, or incorporate itself into a woman's genetic code. Gene, and then it went on to say gene expression versus DNA change. Exposure to seminal fluid can activate or turn on certain genes in the cervix and uterus to prepare for potential pregnancy. This is a functional temporary response, not a permanent change to the woman's DNA. And then it talks about the microchimerism. While rare cases of foreign cells, which microchimerism is foreign cells, exist, they are typically linked to pregnancy with a male fetus or absorption from a male twin in utero. There's no scientific evidence that male DNA is routinely stored or incorporated into a woman's body through sexual intercourse. Then it says temporary presence. Any male DNA or sperm present after unprotected sex typically dissipates, which what the brother is speaking about, it does, within a few days, usually 7 to 10 days. It does not become part of the woman's own genetic makeup. Biological function. The primary role of the seminal fluid in this context is to assist in immune tolerance to embryo implantation, ensuring the reproductive tract is receptive to a pregnancy. And so all of that, let me pull my resource, sorry. All of that, what I read today, I found in the, like I said, the cycle. I'm going to post it here so you all can. All right. So all of that, what I read today, I put the link in there. And yes, I did have questions or responses. So I do want to do that. I don't want to not go there. So the brother Miyu says the woman body actually kills the unwanted semen. Correct. I read that earlier, that it does that.
Let me ask a question before you move on.
Mm-hmm.
Let's think for a second. The woman body kills unwanted semen, correct? We're not disputing that.
Right.
But once that semen dies, where does it go? It's absorbed into her bloodstream. It's absorbed into her body. It's absorbed into her makeup. Scientists, and I'll present the information if I'm able to find it. I haven't even bothered to look. But scientists have substantiated today that that semen, strands of that semen, not the semen in life, but strands of that semen attaches itself and makes its way all the way up to the woman's brain. And it never leaves. It never leaves. Over a period of time, is absorbed into her makeup. Not that it alters her DNA, but it's absorbed into her makeup. You can have a lot of things that have changed the facial expression or how your face look, right? But it won't alter your DNA. It'll just give you a difference in appearance. Like examples, you can get bumps break out on your face. You get a swelling on your body. It won't change your DNA, but there will be something foreign in your bloodstream that's having an effect on you. So just because it kills unwanted bacteria, and that's true. That's true. Just because it kills it or it dies doesn't mean that the body, the physical body that it had, dissipates. So I'm gonna be quiet for a little while.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to go by the comments that were in order. So the brother Miyu says does not dominate. I kind of forgot where we were when he said that. So my apologies. You did say the woman body is built for her to do only one first step after intercourse. Yes. And I think you asked what's the first step or what's the next step rather after intercourse. And it is for, well, part of after intercourse, her body starts to be prepared for implantation. But as I was reading, not even, but I don't like to say, but however, as I was reading, either the sperm can be rejected because every time you have intercourse, a woman does not, implantation does not happen. You know, she does not get pregnant. Her body can reject all of the semen that comes into her because one, it depends on where her body is at, if her body is even open for implantation. So it's not all just on the man's semen that comes in. He doesn't just, his semen doesn't just come in and say, hey, I'm going to impregnate you. It depends on what, if the woman is ovulating, her fertility levels, all these things. If she's infertile, there's different reasons why she may be infertile. And it depends on that particular woman because fertility and infertility is not the same in every woman. There's signs that are very similar, but there's different reasons why one woman may be infertile, why another woman may be infertile. Also, so her next, like you say, asking the question, what's the next step? Is if she doesn't get pregnant, right? Then the next step is for her to either they're going to continuously try, and then eventually there are going to be questions asked of, well, what do we do? You're not getting pregnant. It's either his semen or your eggs, right? So you go get different tests or different questions. You know, you just go and ask questions and get things to get the doctors or whatever opinions or what they may find in blood work or different tests they may do. So, but naturally what we would like for our next step to be is to be implanted so that the egg and the sperm meet and an embryo is produced. If that's the answer to your question, Aki, please let me know. I'm not sure. The the next thing, I believe, Anki Tier says, I believe this only applies with consensual sexual relationships. What about victims of rape? Aim, if I'm getting right, are you saying that the seminal fluid impacting a woman's body period is only through consensual sexual relationships? And you're asking, and so technically, I honestly can't answer that question about victims of rape. One, because I haven't had it, and I haven't studied it, so I don't want to give an answer of, my opinion on it, because I don't know. I think that's a very good question to dig deep into, because we know that just reading, seeing, and hearing others who've experienced it, that trauma of rape, even though that seminal fluid has been, and in a lot of cases, I would say, women have been impregnated because of an act of rape. And so, and some women keep the baby, some don't. So I can't really, unless, we can definitely talk about it. I can definitely look further into it so we can actually have a better conversation on it. But I will say is that it can definitely, because like I said, you can get pregnant from it, but I do believe that it can definitely, it changes, from just hearing other people's story, it changes how you feel about that pregnancy. It can change how you feel about it. It causes the mental capacity of where you are as a woman to affect how, if you get pregnant again, to affect how you are in relation to other men, all those different things. So I definitely think it's definitely worth digging deeper into. And okay, he said, when you're talking about, he said, that's not it. Okay, he said, I'm missing it. Okay. If you could kind of explain what you're asking, Aki, then I could try to address it. And then Malcolm Valley says, I think the Most High demonstrated that it's only him when he impregnated Mother Sarah. So Malcolm Valley said, I think the Most High demonstrated that it's only him when he impregnated Mother Sarah. I can agree that, yes, it is him who allows you to get pregnant. However, and it's not to take anything away from the Creator, we as women, we can cause our bodies to have infertility issues. And I know that ultimately the Most High can change things, right? However, he gave us, he says, choose life, right? And so even in the midst of understanding what that means, is if we don't take care of our bodies, if we don't eat the right things, do the right things, we can cause our bodies itself not to be open, to be implanted, to carry seed. And some are naturally like that. The Most High made some women where they can't at all. But I think, it's just, I just think it's deeper than just saying that. I clearly understand that it's the Most High from top to bottom, but I also feel like there's in-betweens that we can cause other things to happen, regardless of the destiny that the Most High has already set forth for us. My sister's wife says, sometimes it's good to detach to protect yourself. It all depends on who you're attached to. And then Sister Brittany says, this tells me that our bodies keep records even if we don't. Our truths are written within us. The Most High designed it that way. I mean, I can agree with that. Oh, no, that was, I know I press Sister Brittany. I guess you're pressing as I'm trying to press. So Ann Kenya says, this tells me our bodies keep records even if we don't. Our truths are written within us. The Most High design it that way. And then Sister Brittany says, rape doesn't change how sex impacts. And STD still stands if it was consensual or not, unfortunately. And that is very true. That's very true. Malcolm Dolly says, logically, it would not make a difference how the semen gets in there, even if we wish that is the case. Okay. My sister wife also says, Kane, unfortunately, it doesn't matter how the man's semen gets into a woman. If her uterus in the time of opening, there's a great chance of pregnancy, responding to the RAP thoughts. Kane, correct. She had no more eggs. Who had no more eggs? According to science, because she was done with her period, that is beyond bearing. Are you saying Emma Sarah had no more eggs and was done with her cycle? I don't recall reading that, but if you pull it out in the Torah to show me that, then I'll
Sarah was 80 years old.
Okay.
She was done with all them eggs producing.
But that was back then. We are in a whole different world now. We're comparing Emma Sarah to us now. We don't know if she was barren or not. It was never stated that. We don't know if her eggs were
stated. She said, "Me who was beyond." I'll get the scripture for you.
Okay. All right. That's what I said. Show me the scripture because I don't remember. Okay. Oh, she just pulled it up. She said Genesis 18:11. Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. All right. Toda Rabah. So I see why you brought up the scriptures to say that Most High made it for Emma Sarah to be impregnated by her husband Abraham, even after her menstruals were done. Yes. I can definitely attest to that is true. What you stated is true. This tells me that, okay, I already read that. My sister once said, Cain, it was the Most High doing that immaculate conception. Right. Yes. Cain, I agree. Okay. So, so I actually, hold on, one thing. She says Cain, and science says one thing, but that's not it. Our brains used to be smaller scientifically. Okay. So, all right. So total about everybody for participating in this conversation. I thought about it. Well, I saw the video and that was my thoughts this morning and just wanted to share. And then when my Ish asked about presentation today, that definitely brought about a conversation and was like, okay, yes, let's talk about it because it is a very good topic. Most times that I hear about the topic, it's usually men interpreting it or talking about it in that manner. Or it's like I said, these podcasts where it's not an educational conversation. It's more of just people just, like a lecture on women doing better, all these things. So, but I just feel like if we have more insight on how our bodies work and our choices, it comes out for a better discussion. And then also understanding that we as women, we do have to take accountability, understanding where our mental states are and how a man's seminal fluid can affect our character. And it's not just our mental states, where our maturity levels in the life stages, in our life stages, because like I started to say 30 years ago, I was 18. I was in a totally different bracket of thought when it comes to how I felt a man can have any type of power or energy within me versus now. And then I choose differently, I think differently about the reproductive system or how my children came about. I look at those different situations completely different than I've done in the last 10 to 20 years. So I just think, and in life, that's normal. That's normal to have different stages and to identify yourself in those different stages and come to a mature and accountable space where you can truly acknowledge, what's going on within you. And so when I saw the video, like I said, usually when I see these videos, I'll be like, oh Lord, here we go again. Somebody's, down on a woman and her choices. But something just sparked in my thought and it made me reflect on myself and my own choices. That's why I truly don't feel like I try to hide anything from you all about, and being very transparent about who I am as a woman, my stages in life as a woman, because I'm not perfect. However, when we see something different, it's our responsibility to teach it to one another, especially to our daughters, to our younger daughters, to those who look up at us as mothers or big sisters or grandmothers. It's truly our responsibility to teach and to open up that thought, because maybe if someone had opened up that thought to me 30, 20, even 10 years ago, different things may have taken place. So my goal truly when I do bring this information forward is so that it could spark a different type of thought in us as women and men. Also, it can spark for us to seek knowledge for ourselves, because like I said, we are all different. So some things that may have affected me may never affect another woman or affect, their choices. But I know for me, and I really truly believe that because I have this space in my life where I detach, it doesn't affect me to the way that some of what's being described in social media of this, really mental breakdown state of a woman. However, there are still effects that I notice, and we have to find ways to release it. And for me, going through therapy truly helped me release a lot of that. And the therapy happened at a very vulnerable space for one of my children. And so it helped both of us to kind of detach and release, so that now neither one of us are now completely, or not even completely, but in some way or partially altered by the characteristics of someone who is not a righteous factor in our lives. So, Zehu, I definitely appreciate everybody's participation. There was a few more comments I wanted to read. Sister Brittany said, I would like to know more how sexual fluid behavior harm men. I have a friend who waited until marriage and married a man with children and been with women. Nightmares, what she considered spiritual attacks, and all took over where she almost divorced. I feel, but would like to know what men continue to carry, if any. I think that's a great topic, sis. And I would definitely like to hear men bring that about. And then Brother Benjamin says this was a good topic, so much to touch on, especially the toxic effects of multiple semens in a woman's body. Having children from multiple seeds will create multiple people in one house. Very true. And then Brother Miyu says, sister, did not mean to interrupt. Just want to make sure that the information is accurate. So please accept my apology. Apology accepted. We're all here to share information, so I appreciate it. Abba, did you want to speak on this? Well, did you want to speak on anything I said first and then speak on what Sister Brittany asked? You're on mute. You're on mute, babe.
I meant to speak on mute.
Of course. Always right.
I said, I'm just waiting for you to be done. That's all. Take your time. Let me know when you're finished.
Oh, I was done. I was just reading those comments. Okay. Thank everybody for participating.
All right. My turn.
Oh, can I just say one thing? I'm not an expert in this, you guys.
You just said you was done.
I know. But I wanted
so how you going to just jump up and say something else? You said you was done.
I just wanted to put this disclaimer. I'm not an expert. Please do not take my words and say Princess Medaya said that.
But Princess Medaya said it.
But it's my opinion. Please, if you say something, say the opinion of Sister Princess Medaya, not a fact. This is I'm speaking from what I read and my own personal experiences. Okay, I'm done now. Unless
I'd
you
like
ask
to say Shabbat Shalom to brother Daquan and Ima, sister Carol. Ima, sister Carol. Shabbat Shalom to the both of you. Shabbat Shalom, sister Ornit. Shabbat Shalom to Ima Yahudi. Shabbat Shalom, family. May the Most High be with you all. Sister Hadassah, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you as well. Sister Hadassah is enjoying her Feast of Unleavened Bread this week, I believe it is. May the Most High be with you and the family. Get the children a hug for me. All right, so let's talk. Let's talk. First, I think that we went a little bit beyond the point of the video. I would like to play the video again, but I know that the video is not favored by a lot of the women on the page, so I won't play it. I'll just recite it.
Well, no, the only thing I saw in the video that I didn't, it was a lot of cursing.
Yeah, it was cursing. It was
calling
cursing.
women out of their names.
Yeah.
That was a lot.
Two people that cursed, but yeah. Mm-hmm. I think the topic of the video, though, was missed. The point of the video. I think the person who stayed closest to the topic was Sister Higdalia. And Sister Higdalia put up a post about that's why we should stick to the Creator's plan, basically. And the Creator's plan is that one woman should only be with one man, ever, throughout life. That was how it was meant to be. Therefore, the mingling of that semen into her DNA, or however it went, would have never been an issue. I myself, who have counseled and spoke with many, many women over the years. Ima, you okay, Ima? You still on screen? You want me to take you off the screen so you can hold that conversation? Yeah, that's what I thought. I have counseled with many, many women over the years. And I can honestly say, by far, the majority of the women that I've spoken to who have had multiple sex partners seems to have mental issues. And I'm not saying this in a negative sense toward women. I love my women. I respect and honor my women. But I have to speak the truth as the truth reveals itself. And I know that by sitting and talking with these women, not all women, but the majority of the women that I knew of who have had 10, 20, even 30 sex partners has had mental issues, especially when they've had children from multiple babies' fathers, 3, 4, 5 baby daddies. They usually have a mental problem. One thing is that when I spoke to one of them and had the opportunity, which she explained to me, was she started having children at a young age. She never got to experience life. She never got to experience fun. She never even really had a real job because she started having children at a young age. And as a teenager, she jumped right into adulthood, right into an adult position where she had to go out and work and grind and hustle and try to, but it didn't work out for her. She was on welfare. She went from guy to guy to help her out, where she relied on these guys who was really no good as men. I'm only telling you from what she explained to me. And it messes up the mind. It puts them in a lot. And then she turned around and had another baby, and then another baby. She had 10 children in total, this young lady. And at that time when she had 10 children, I think she was 30. I think, if I'm not mistaken, by the age of 30, she had 10 children. And she was really messed up in her head. She didn't trust nobody. She felt like everybody was trying to deceive her. She got to a place in her spirit where she will self-sabotage everything that she had going on in her life. She would, by her own hands, she would destroy her situations. Like she had those children, and they moved into a Section 8 some kind of PHA Section 8 house where PHA Section 8 was covering her rent because she didn't have an income, but she had all those children. She had to go stay in the shelter for a little while. They put her in the house. Now she's in the house living rent free. I mean, it was a nice, big, beautiful house, like 5-6 bedroom house, real big. She cussed the Section 8 people out. The people who was working for her, she felt like they was working for the devil. She cussed them out. She went on a tent. She got kicked out of that house. But these things are real. What they're telling you about is that when a woman is in relationships with multiple men through the duration of a lifetime, and her lifetime is short spanned, the multiple men she's been with, it has a psychological effect on her body, a psychological effect on her mind. And she's not as stable as she would if she has never been introduced to those guys. And that's the truth. That's a real serious fact. Yeah, talking about he made me crazy. Well, then I can't argue with that, because with that one particular woman I'm talking about, some of her family members all had mental issues. But then her mother had multiple, how many baby daddies her mom had? Well, it was claimed that her mom only had one baby daddy that I know of. So I'll leave it at that. But you know what? I don't think I ever addressed that issue. She had like 5 or 6 brothers. And I don't think I ever knew if her mother had one baby daddy or not. I don't know. But I know her brothers and sisters all was in mental hospitals for a period of time. One of her brothers thought he was Jesus. It's just a whole lot of things. It's just a lot of mental issues. And a lot of that comes from the sexual intercourse that they're having with multiple men. That DNA mix up inside of their brain. It does something to them mentally. So it's really, the point is, as my sister Higdalia said, stick to the Creator's plan. Don't allow yourself to lie down with multiple men. Because if you do, there's a consequence that comes along with that. And you should try not to allow those things to happen in your life. You should try to do your very best to be your best. All right? But there were so many issues that came up and some questions that I wanted to, one thing I wanted to address was this situation here with Sister Brittany. She says, I would like to know more how sexual fluids behavior harm men. Now, Sister Brittany, let me take this down for a moment because I want you to hear me. The only way that sexual fluid can harm men during intercourse is if the woman has a venereal disease. That's the only way that sexual fluid can harm men. It's quite often that females, when they hear something derogatory and negative about a female, that they want to flip the script and turn it around and make it look the other way. Not to say that that's what you're doing, because a lot of people wanted to have that same question. But this is what I will say. For a lot of men, it affects men mentally. Having intercourse with a whole lot of different women don't really do that much to you. But being in relationships where you spend time with these women, no matter how long it's for, I'm talking about time like a week, 2 weeks, a month, a year, typically a year or more. Psychologically, it affects the thinking of the man, where the men don't trust women, where the men always suspicious about what's going on, where the men feel like they got to get extra sneaky to get around to do what they want to do because of their experiences from being in those relationships with women. It don't affect relationships, seminal fluid don't affect men at all. But the relationship with women, multiple women, usually has a psychological effect on the man. If he's a man, he resists it. If he's a male, he absorbs into it and he begins to see how he can please her over how he can conquer whatever is taking place in his mind, in his life. And usually, if he's a male and he gets out of that relationship and move into the next relationship, he'll move into that relationship less and less with masculine energy. He'll be more submissive and more feminine in nature and docile in many ways when he's been dealing with a relationship with a dominant woman and he's a weaker vessel. You don't be weak today and get strong tomorrow unless you started off strong and you was broken down by a female. Now, if you're broken down by a female, you get into a relationship with a woman who's stronger than you, who dominates you. Once you're out of that relationship, you can come back and begin to be the dominant force again. But usually when you do, you're overly dominant. You're overly aggressive, overly angry. You just give too much to trying to maintain your position as a man. And it's not necessary. So now let's look at this. Now, being with the man and the woman, had they only been with one sexual partner, a lot of that problem wouldn't exist. Then we would be different people than we are today. Different people. She says, I have a friend who waited until marriage and married a man with children and been with women. So this man has sexual experiences. We don't know how his relationships were with those other women. We don't know if he was the masculine one or if he was the one who was being dominated. We don't know in all these relationships. So we don't know what type of man he was. In my opinion, if he affected her to this degree, he probably was he was the dominated one, came back and got with a feminine woman and overexerted his energy and strength, which a lot of males do because they feel like they got beat up in the last relationship. Nightmares, what she considered spiritual attacks, and all took over where she almost divorced. I feel, but would like to know what men continue to carry, if any. Yeah, men carry a mental thing with them. It's not really physical with the men. It's usually a mental thing that men carry. All right. So now it's another thing that I want to mention while we're sitting so many of us, 2,100 people in the room right now. Why so many of us, this is a question that I want to ask. I want to pose this question to you all, women, females, and the men. This question goes to both women and men. Are y'all ready for this question? Let's think for a second. And I want you to be completely honest with yourself. You don't have to say anything on this platform, but please be completely honest with yourself. How many of us would not be here today if our parents didn't have premarital sex? How many of us would not be in existence in this planet in the degree in which we are if our parents did not have premarital sex? Now let's take it a little step further. How many of our parents wouldn't be here if their parents didn't have premarital sex? You see, this is deep, man. This situation goes obeying the Most High's laws is a whole lot deeper than what we can imagine. The majority of us, I would say almost like 95% of us, we come from families or we come from parents who just hooked up and was together for a short, brief period of time. Some of us come from a one-night stand. So there's a deeper issue that's lying in the dark here with us. And it's bad because we keep repopulating, and we all keep carrying down that sickness that it's okay to keep producing without commitment. There's okay to keep reproducing children without making a real commitment and then fighting to stay together. That's why we have so many broken homes today. That's why we have so many single parents. And if you don't, a lot of you might not know this, but single parent households has been growing in the masculine field, which means that there have been recently more single parents as men than women, because a lot of the women are leaving their children. A lot of the women are leaving that portion of responsibility behind. A lot of women are dropping their children off to their baby daddies. And if they got 4 and 5 baby daddies, they take one to each house and they get ghosts. They say it's too much. I can't take it no more. They are losing their point of femininity. I applaud the woman that no matter what she's going through, no matter what she's suffering, she hold on to her children. Now, in reality, the child don't even belong to her. The child should be with the daddy anyway. So I have no problem with a woman who gives her children to their daddy, but just under the right situation. Not because you want to go out and hit the streets and hit the world and have fun, or it's too much for you. But if you know it's the right thing to do because the Creator has established it that way, then by all means, that's what you do. By all means, that's what you do. That's right. That's right. That's what I hear. That's what statistics say, that men are better parents, single parents, than mothers. And that's what statistics says. But I will tell you this. The balance comes in when both parents are running the household, not running like she's equal with the man in authority and domination. I'm not saying that. But both parents are running the household where she handles what she's supposed to handle and she's responsible for, and he handles what he's supposed to handle and what he's responsible for. And if we do that, then we're good. Yeah, that's what he's saying right here. He said, well-rounded children need both parents. He's absolutely right. And that's the best situation. But the reality to us is that most of us are not well-rounded children. So if, in fact, what I'm saying is that most of us are not well-rounded children, what is your issues? What is your shortcomings? How have you coming up in a single-parent household affected you? This is a reality that my wife is speaking of, and she says, and if you have a great co-parent, that is also very important to bring balance. I agree, but that's extremely difficult in this society that we're in today. It's extremely difficult. The woman might see your wife and feel like she wants to, oh, I don't want that B. And it ain't that your wife is a bad woman. It's just that females sometimes get emotional and don't want another woman around their children. You know, it's just like that sometimes.
Abba, can I say something when you're done?
And it's sad, but it's a reality in our communities that women don't like to share, although they're no longer with their husband. And most times it's because they still got emotions and still got feelings for the man, but can't live with the man. You know, that's what it mostly is. But I think I need to hurry up and be quiet because somebody else wants to talk. So let me let my wife the opportunity to speak. Go ahead.
Not
Speak.
like hurry up, be quiet. Nobody said that. I just want to, because you touched on something when you brought up that the co-parenting, and I posted that because you know, we're not always, even if we're in a relationship and it fails, it doesn't mean that the children growing, they have to suffer from that failed relationship or the fact that you all, you know, separated. But I definitely feel like it has to, co-parenting is so important. And I think I'm a big fan, not a fan of co-parenting, because I'm definitely a bigger fan of people staying together. But because I came from a blended family and I saw co-parenting at the best for me, you know, like I never, my parents were married until they both passed away, you know, so wherever they are, they're still married, right? But my mother's first husband, my father's first wife, their co-parenting was phenomenal. Like I never saw none of them, including my two parents, argue in front of us. If they did have disagreements, they taught us how to communicate those disagreements without it becoming to the point where they're going to divorce or split or have a separation, and then us children have to pick and choose, or we're turned against one another. So I never saw any of that growing up. And so for me, being a person who has children who separated, co-parenting was something that I actually thought was going to be, yeah, so we're not together, but co-parenting, we can have a co-parenting relationship that's going to be off the charts. Our children are going to be so balanced, they're not going to see. And then I realized that was my experience. You know, that other person that had the experience, I could say 2 out of the 3, the other 2, co-parenting has been great, you know, because there's no issues there. But what you said was that woman becomes jealous if that man remarries. But on the other side, the man can become very jealous and vindictive when that woman moves on. And so I know for my case,
Only if she gets something better than him.
okay, so in my
That's
case,
when he's destroyed. If she get up with a bum, he laughing at her, talking about, ha ha, that's what you get. But when she get with a man that's better man than him, oh, he gets emotional. He gets in his feelings.
but yes, I agree. But in my case, I would say that it was just the fact that we weren't together. It didn't matter. And very vindictive. And that co-parenting relationship is to the point where, I mean, I don't even foresee something being like that. But it does affect the children. And I know we're talking about so many different topics, but it's very important. It is I like to say, it is so important that when you separate, it's so important to have a cohesive co-parenting relationship. It truly is. Like, it's not about you and that person no more. It's about those children. And if we can't, right, they didn't ask to be, well, I don't really agree with all that. But if we can't give our children the best of us, whether we're together or not, then we don't deserve the blessing that the Most High gave us, because it was a blessing for us to have those children. And then those children truly suffer. Like I know offhand, like I'm experiencing it with my younger 2. And I remember my daughter texted me one day
on the street today, ain't you?
What? People know that I've anyway, if they don't like to hear the truth, it's just life. The only way we can really get people understand is being transparent. I'm not going
hold on. Y'all got to give it to her, man. She is totally honest today. She ain't holding back nothing. She embarrassing herself and everything. She don't even care. She just wants y'all to know the truth. She wants y'all to know the truth. So go ahead on, keep on talking.
One, I don't feel like I'm embarrassing myself. If I can't be, as a person who I'm considered a leader and a big sister, a spiritual mother, if I can't be truthful about my experiences in life, then what is that?
No, I'm only saying. I'm just giving you your props, because most people wouldn't tell the embarrassing things about themselves. Oh, me and Mike, we get along great, and they're lying. But you just straight up, boy, y'all people at Beautyland and Temple Kepharim just keep it real.
Yes, I thank you, babe. Thank you for that. But I truly just feel like it's important for that transparency. I'm very transparent with my daughters. So I really do. Come on in, Brittany. You got the mic. Come on, girl. The link is coming to you. I just feel it's important that we be transparent. I do feel like also that it is important to express these things going on, because so many women in all types of ways of life, and I don't want to just say in the Israel, are being what do you call it? Silenced because they have multiple children's fathers, or because they've made bad choices in their relationships. But it's important that we speak on it, because so many women don't have nobody to hear them or don't feel like they have a way to come up out of it. You know, I'm not saying that every choice I made was great. Every choice I made wasn't great. Some of it could be considered embarrassing for some.
Wait a minute. I just seen this. Can I interrupt you for a minute? Sister Kaza, she said, more so you may be embarrassing him, sis. Nah, she ain't embarrassing me. We had this conversation. Let me explain this to you. We've had this talk prior to her coming on the platform, and she told me all the stuff that she wanted to say, and I kept my mouth shut. In my mind, I was contemplating, should I tell her not to introduce those things, or should I let her speak? The only way you're going to get the genuine her is to let her free. And that's what I chose to do, so I kept my mouth shut. I had all control over saying, don't do that. But I never once said to her not to say those things. I knew what she was going to get on here to say today, because we talked about it earlier, but I didn't restrict her from being free with her thoughts. I try to let people do what people want to do. I don't force nobody to do nothing. If I ask it of you and you don't want to do it, and you just don't do it. But anyway, she wanted to do these things, and I had all opportunity. If I felt it was embarrassing to me, I would say no. I applaud her, and I meant that. I said it as a joke, but I really meant it for her seriousness, her honesty, and her openness. She got up there and told you that I had multiple babies' fathers. I had 3 out of my 5 children. She said that willingly. She didn't even stumble or hesitate or pause. She just said it. And that shows her honesty. So keep on talking, Ima. You got the choice.
Hold on, Rabah. Yes, I kind of can't remember where I was. But anyway, basically, just being transparent, y'all. Co-parenting is very important. It's more damaging to a child when you cannot co-parent based off of emotion. And a lot of times co-parenting doesn't work because someone else, whether it be the man or the woman, is emotional and hasn't gotten over the other, or both. Either way, though, if you are in that space, if you're not the emotional one, and I know, and I'm speaking to the women and men, if you're not the emotional one, then you have to do your best to protect your children from the narcissistic behaviors from the emotional one, because those children will be affected in ways that are sometimes irreparable and sometimes will cause damage to your relationship with them because of that other one. And it's hard to not keep your children from their parent. However, and I'm not an advocate for keeping children away from parents, but I am an advocate for protecting our children by all means. And if it means that, hey, I have to protect my children from this person until they get to a certain age where they can actually work out and decipher those feelings and what that person is saying to them, then we have to do that. Then, or let me just say, I have to do that. I don't want to say what we have to do because everybody is their own person. And I'm saying that for me because I experienced it. I experienced opening up and saying, okay, that's your father here, y'all. And then now, in the end, in years later, I'm the one who is now walking my children through therapy, taking the time to make sure that I'm present as much as possible to be righteous, positive, and walk them through the damage that has been done. And I take that responsibility because I chose their father. I could be like, well, that ain't my problem. You and your father need to work it out. But because I want my children to be strong, very righteous, positive people, then I know that I have to be accountable for choosing who I chose to help me bring them into this life. But it's my responsibility as their mother till the day that I leave this earth to make sure that they are strong, that they are healthy mentally, physically. And I take that responsibility on 1,000,000%. They came through my womb, and I can't go to sleep at night if I don't feel like my children feel okay. If they call me and say something's going on, I make it my responsibility to talk about it. even if I'm like, okay, let's talk in a couple of days. Let's get back. Let's, breathe through this process and let's get to where you're comfortable and let's talk about it, because it's so important for communication, you guys, like for me. And I grew up in a very open, transparent life with my parents. They were very transparent with us, very open to their choices, whether good or bad, to show us, what we need to do. And even when I made the bad choices, my parents told me, oh, we don't agree with that choice you made, but we're here to support you. And so that was very, it was very eye-opening for me, and to have that support. And so I know for my children, they deserve my support regardless. And that's just where I am with it. So yeah, say who.
Well, congratulations. Support on.
Oh gosh, bye.
I would like to know your opinion on this Sister Aisha's comment.
Okay.
Because I have to agree with her.
Okay, Sister Kyla says females a lot of times move in fear. Example, if he has a second wife, it's going to take away from me versus looking at all the positive that could be. So I do agree with her. Honestly, I do. And even if you're a strong woman, you have those thoughts. I won't say that I never had those thoughts, but I also know, like, okay, when I had those thoughts, I took those thoughts to the Creator and asked him about what's going on with my thoughts and were they genuine, because sometimes your thoughts are intuition of what another person is intending to do. And sometimes you're just thoughts of insecurity or what somebody else is telling you, oh, if he gets another wife, this is what it's going to turn into. And you allow those thoughts to take over what's truly happening. And so I'm always, whenever I talk about polygyny, I do bring that up though. I talk about what's jealousy is, and jealousy is a natural feeling, but how you deal with it is what comes out of it, is what makes that relationship. And then also understanding your position. I'm not a big-headed person. I don't walk around like feeling like, oh, I'm all that, but I have a confidence within myself. I tell everybody, I know I'm not perfect. I don't have the perfect of anything, but I know what I bring to the table. I know what my position is. I know what the Creator told me I'm here for. And so having a second woman come in, or a third, fourth, fifth, however many it be, if you're insecure about who you are, clearly, truly about who you are and what you're there for, then yeah, you're going to look at it as a problem and not the benefits of it. My sister wife and I talk a lot about, I'm always like, what are the benefits? And she can ask you when she came, when we initially talked, when I approached her and we talked, I was like, what are you coming in for? Like, we're building a nation here. We're building this, we're building that. What are you going to come and do to be a part of this? Because I'm really an advocate for polygyny. I am. However, I'm not an advocate for just people coming in because they see a good man and they be like, oh, I need
I'm a good man.
I need
wait. I'm a good man.
they'll be like, I need I need to drive a car like her. I had a sister tell me one day, I see you just drove that car. So maybe if I marry your husband, I'll get your car and you could drive the car. And I just looked at her like, yeah, you're not going to be my sister wife. I'm not telling who it was, but you're not going to be my sister wife because
change the name.
Because that one statement told me you're not coming for the benefit of the family. You're coming for the benefit of yourself. Yeah. And in polygyny, you cannot be selfish. You can't be selfish. Of course, you're going to have things that they're going to be you and him and her. But selfish overall in polygyny causes dysfunction, causes displeasure, causes confusion, messiness, as my sister wife said, a whole bunch of other things. Thank you. And block. And exactly. I blocked that person from my presence physically, virtually, in all ways. She was blocked Because I said, you are not about to bring that energy into the midst of my life, let alone my marriage, my family, but my life. Because when you bring that also, and I know we're going further into this conversation.
No, we not. We right where we need to be.
Already there, the children that are already there would be affected by that negative person. And your children, when they're affected negatively by polygyny, and I'm speaking in truth because I have children who in a previous relationship, I was in polygyny. My children despised polygyny because of how they saw me being treated in that relationship. So it's so vast. And yes, like my husband, I'm saying a lot. I am, because I'm trying to be very transparent to you guys. It can be very damaging. We have, and like the brother just said, we as people seriously are damaged. We are. There's a lot of damage. However, we as a people have the keys, truly have the keys to repair each other, repair ourselves. We cannot just say, oh, we're damaged and hands up, throw our hands up. We have to know, okay, we're here to help each other. And we have a lot of damage because what are we surrounded by? Constantly. We're not constantly having these conversations. We're constantly hearing conversations that are to debunk these conversations. We're constantly hearing opinions of people that don't live righteous, don't want to live righteous, want to uphold the sanctity of westernized thought and process and life. So if we're constantly hearing that, that's what we become. I'm thankful, truly thankful, and in all honesty, that wasn't a constant in my life growing up. I wouldn't be the woman that I am today if I didn't have the constant conversation of Black love, of Black unity, of togetherness, of community, of loving myself, of loving my brothers and sisters as myself. I would not be who I am today if that wasn't a constant principle poured into me daily. So this is, and it goes into a whole nother subject, but it's so important that whatever we're doing in our households, the positive and righteous constant reminder to our children is important, because the world out there is going to constantly combat what you're doing as a parent if it's in righteousness. And yeah, we done gone on all different tangents, but that's it.
All right. So this is what I wanted to bring forward. Thank you very much for giving me a few seconds to speak before you unleash your mic again. A lot of women, females, let's say females, refuse to indulge and engage in polygyny because of what Sister Aisha said, because they're afraid that something is going to be diminished from their life. They can see all the benefits of polygyny. They can see how polygyny will help them and benefit the family. But the simple fact that we are westernized in our thoughts, selfishness is all about me, 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 me. You can have a girlfriend or a family member. You got a great man, off the charts great man. And your girlfriend or family member could be suffering, looking for a man. And because you're so closed-minded and you're so selfish, you wouldn't say, all right, let me talk to my husband and see if he's willing to bring you in on our marriage so that you can share some of that blessing that the Creator gave to you with another female. I think I put a post up about that in my room the other day on my page. There are a lot of females out here with great men, but because they're westernized, they'll watch their sister right next to them suffer rather than sharing that great man with them. If he's truly a great man, see, y'all could talk all that stuff in the background about how you and your sister wife conversating, we talk, we get along, we got a great relationship. But if you didn't have a great man behind it, none of that wouldn't even matter, because y'all wouldn't sustain a great relationship. And I'm saying that for all people who are in relationships, multiple marriages with multiple people at one time. If the man is not on point, none of that stuff is going to work. I don't care how good the women get along, because he will end up divorcing them, or they will end up hating each other, or they will end up fighting. I had a cousin. He had like 3 or 4 wives, Muslim. And obviously, he wasn't that great of a man in the way that he handled and managed his household, because now he's single. And that might have been 10 years ago. Not the simple fact that he's single, but he can't get a wife. He can't even find a wife. And what he does in return is turn around and look at the women and say the women ain't no good, but he got to look at himself. And that's what I say about a lot of the brothers who say they want a wife or they want multiple wives. Are you really in position to take on that responsibility? Because it's not as simple as you think. It's not as simple as you think. So we're going to have a class on that one day. Sister Brittany, I thought you was coming on because I gave you the link so you can come on, but here it is again. I haven't seen you since. There's the link because I know you got something to say. Come on in and speak your piece. Come on in and speak your piece. Oh, she was kidding? Okay. All right. No problem. All right, Imaz, anything else you need to discuss?
No, Toda Rabah for the time.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. Let's move forward. Sister Igdalia, we can always rely on you for some wise wisdom. All right. You ready for the commandments?
Okay. Let me, I starred them, so let me just go to them. The first commandment that I starred today, not the first commandment entered, but the one I starred today, was given to us by Kemia, and it is in the book of Leviticus, chapter 12, verse 2 through 3. And it reads, "Speak unto the children of Yisrael, saying, if a woman have conceived seed and born a man child, then she shall be unclean 7 days, according to the days of the separation for her infirmity shall she be unclean. And in the 8th day, the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised." And her explanation reads, "Mom's time of purification and infant circumcision. Take that time to bond and connect peaceful with yourself and your bundle of joy, lovingly with nothing in between."
Very good. May the Most High be praised.
Listen,
when you post your commandments, not that Sister Laurel didn't, but when you post your commandments, try to post your commandments with something that we don't say every week. You know what I mean? Say something, try to find a commandment that is hardly even mentioned in Israel today. Some that you see where we need help in regaining and regrowing back to. Now, since she put up a commandment, it's a wonderful commandment, and it's things that we need today in this society. Leviticus, the 12th chapter, when you get a chance, read it, because there's a lot of people who have babies and they're right up in the Knesset. They're right up in class, and the baby ain't but 2-3 weeks old, month old even. All right. My pardon me for the interruption. Go ahead.
no worries. So the next law that I saw and that was presented was from Malka Higdalia, and she says, "For my law, I have compiled 4 laws that show one theme: Leviticus 19 through 14, Leviticus 19:32, Leviticus 25:17, Leviticus 25:36. So I'm going to read them all and then read her explanation. So for Leviticus 19:14, Wayikra, it says, "Thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shalt fear thy power. I am the Most High." And then her second law is, "Thou shalt rise up before the hoary head and honor the faith of the old man and fear thy power. I am the Creator." Then her second law, Leviticus, chapter 25, verse 17 says, "Ye shall not therefore oppress one another, but thou shalt fear thy power, for I am the Most High, your power." And then the last law that she is utilizing today says, Leviticus, chapter 25, verse 36 reads, "Take thou no usury of him or increase, but fear thy power, that thy brother may live with thee. She says the common thread we see here is that one could assume they are only offending one person, but truly being showed the Most High that they simply do not fear him. Mistreating people is a direct offense to the Most High. So the next time you slander someone, do not give respect to an elder, curse someone behind their back, or cheat someone in business. You have offended the Most High through your lack of fear. It's not just about them. Sorry. Oh no, where's the rest of it? Okay, maybe that is it. It's not just about them. Toda Rabah Malka for that. And as I was reading it, that was the first thought that came to my mind, was that fear, the lack of fear of the Creator, is what's being repetitive here. And I feel like that's why a lot of people do things. They don't fear him. And when I say fear, like they don't have a revere him in an honoring way, you know, and they just assume, hey, the Most High is going to forgive me. He knows my heart, or he knows that I did this out of ignorance. But, you know, we who understand know that the Most High does punish us either ignorance or knowing. So Toda Rabah for that. And then she also put up another law that can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 30, verse 19. And it reads, I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. And her explanation is, the choice to adhere to or violate the law is within you and lies with you alone. No other person is responsible for your choice to choose death in any aspect. It's on you. Choose wisely. Sorry.
So Dad, you got another one?
Yeah. The next law that I see is found in the book of Exodus, chapter 20, verse 8. And it reads, remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy. Morikez brought that law forward, and his explanation is, break down and simple. We've been so long in captivity that a lot of people don't have any idea of the Shabbat. And sorry, the next law. I'm trying to scroll to the next law. Okay. That's all the laws I see, Abba. Unless somebody else puts them up. Oh, Sister Kaza put up Leviticus, Wayikra, chapter 19, verse 33. 1 second. I just need your explanation, but I'll go ahead and pull it and read it. Leviticus, Wayikra, chapter 19, verse 33. And it reads, and if a stranger sojourn with thee in your land, you shall not vex him. So I would definitely wait for her explanation. And that's it. Abba, you're talking, you're on mute.
I meant to talk on mute.
Mm-hmm.
I was saying, you pull up Sister Higdalia law and just start it. The one that you just read, the last one. Deuteronomy 30, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Sister Aisha, we're waiting for you to put your response to the commandment, your explanation. And Sister Brittany, you put up a commandment. Could you please post your explanation of the commandment? Thank you.
All right. I will read Zaquina or Sukari's law can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 6. And it reads, Blessed shalt thou be when thou comest in, and blessed shalt thou be when thou goest out. And she says, all blessings come to thee who listen and be with the Most High.
May the Most High be praised. Sister Aisha's command, understanding.
Okay. So Sister Aisha's law was found in the book of Leviticus, chapter 19, verse 33. I'll reread it. It says, and if a stranger sojourn with thee in your land, ye shall not vex him. And she says her explanation reads, treat them as you would like to be treated if one was in that circumstance. Oh, praises. Okay, and Sister Brittany's law can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 16, verse 20. And it reads, that which is altogether just shalt thou follow, that thou mayest live and inherit the land which the Most High thy power giveth thee. And her explanation reads, warns against showing favoritism to the poor or those not in power, fair judgment to all. In today's world, men are being taken down for claims 20 to 30 years ago I don't agree with. Evidence, witnesses are due. It's unjust. All right, Alba. Total Rabbi Sister Brittany for your law. Total everyone for your law.
All right. Sister Higdalia had a post up. Can you grab that for me, please? Shabbat Shalom, everyone. All right. Deuteronomy 30 and 19. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you. I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Therefore choose life that both you and your seed may live. And did she give an explanation for that? The choice to adhere to or violate the law is written within you and lies with you alone. No other person is responsible for your choice to choose death in any aspect. It's on you. Choose wisely. This is where so many of us make our mistakes, because in the choosing, we don't take the time to choose wisely. I just had a conversation with one of my children the other day. She calls me up. Well, actually, I called her. I haven't heard from them in a little while. Called like her and 2 or 3 or 4 of her sisters to check up on them. So she tells me that she moved out of her mother's house and she moved into another house with her cousin. She stayed in her cousin's house for a period of time, and now she's back into a space with another guy who's an elder, a friend of the family's, that her aunt's ex-husband is him. She's in his house now, her and her sister. And she's on the phone boo-hooing to me about she has nowhere to go. I don't know where to go. I don't know what I'm going to do. Abba, I need your help. And her Abba sat back and said, well, what do you want me to say? And I mean what I'm about to say, family. I said, there's nothing I can do. I can't help you. Why can't I help you? I said, because I offered you to come live here with me in my house. You could have just took the back. I'm barely home. You'll be here doing what you got to do. You know what her response was to me? I can't live with you. You got too many rules and regulations. I can't do this, I can't do that. I said, well, your reason why you're so uncomfortable and to the point right now where you are and where you're living is because of the decisions you make. There are so many of us out here in this world right now who are suffering in life because of the decisions we make. You don't want to be with this man because this man requires you to do and live a certain way. You want to be free. You got to be free. You got to be able to do what you want to do and live the way you want to live. That's what she said to me. And I said, you being free, doing what you want to do and living the way you want to live, got you exactly what you got today, a miserable life. So many of us don't understand. There's a reason why people who are successful have do's and don'ts in their discipline in their life. There's a reason why they're that way. The Creator created a man to be a father to the children. The children don't have the right to say to the man, I'll let you be my dad if you'll be my dad this way. It's not the way it goes. I'm going to be your dad and you're going to accept what I'm giving to you, or else everything that you do on your own. The problem that I'm having is that people want a great life and a beautiful life, but they want it the way they want it. And life don't go that way. You get a result of what you put into what you desire. And if you don't put anything into the desires of your heart, then you most likely won't get what your desires are. Well, Abba, I don't want to live with you because I can't wear weave in my head. I can't wear eyelashes. I can't wear makeup. I can't wear dresses where I can reveal my body. I can't wear pants. And I can't wear tight pants. Even if you was to allow me to wear pants, I can't wear tight pants. I want to have company. I want to have boy companies. I want to do what I want to do. I want to eat what I want to eat. And any great man, I say great man, I say good man. Any great man is going to have restrictions and requirements if you are to come and live in his home. These are the things that so many people are at odds with right now. I can only imagine how her life is going to be in the future if the Creator allows her to get married. I can only imagine what it's going to be like. So many young women don't know this, but it's a reality. If you can't have a decent relationship with your husband, always look back on your life and see how your relationship was with your father. Usually the relationship you have with your father shows forward in the relationship that you have with your husband. Usually that's the way it goes. And it's sad. You don't want nobody ruling over you. You don't want nobody controlling you. You don't want nobody directing you. And that's sad. What I say is this. If you ever desire to be better than what you are, look to somebody that you see that's already doing what you desire to do and ask them to help you. If you ever desire to be better than what you are, look to somebody else that's already doing what you desire to do and ask them to help you. And when they give you instructions, you follow those instructions. That's somebody controlling you. You follow those instructions and you do what they said. That's the only way you're going to improve yourself, unless you yourself are at a stage in your life when you're ready to cut out all those pleasures and begin to focus on what's needed and necessary for you to develop to a better individual. I especially cannot have a child, my child, dictating to me about how to treat them. It's not going to happen. All right. So I just wanted to say that because as a result of the decisions you make is what brings you what you get in this life. May the Most High be praised. Ima, you ready? Brother Asa.
All right. Shalom, everyone. Brother Asa's law can be found in the book of Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 15 and 12. And it reads, "And the earthen vessel which he who has the discharge touches has to be broken, and every wooden vessel has to be rinsed in water." Through explanation. Oh, has the explanation come? Let's see. Sorry. Okay. Explanations: impurity must be removed from your house. That's his explanation, Abba. All right, that's it.
Brother
Yeah.
Asa's commandment is speaking about when a uncleanness or illness is upon you, and you're unclean for whatever reason you may be unclean for. And you have a discharge. And this unclean person touches an earthly vessel. Usually an earthly vessel is something made out of clay or something made out of wood. They have a venereal disease. And according to this law, those earthly vessels must be rinsed in water or broken. The earthly vessels must be broken, and then the wooden vessels must be rinsed in wood. And what that's for is to purify it, to bring it to cleanliness again. But the earthly vessel, which is made out of mud or earth, had to be destroyed, because once that infection is absorbed into the earthen vessel, there's no way to get it out. So therefore, the Father says, break it and don't use it. But the importance of that commandment that the brother brought out was to show us significantly how important we are to be mindful of venereal diseases. Last week in class, I spoke about a brother I knew who had the herpes simplex virus, and he was broke out on his lip. And he was supposed to have been a priest or a Kohen, a Levite, something. And he was at a unity gathering, a unity Shabbat, touching people, hugging people, embracing people, basically making people unclean. And he himself did not know that he was unclean. He did not know that he had that fever bliss on his lip and it made him unclean, but it does. All right. Okay. Sister Igdalia says, I think ceramic is earthen as well. It may be. I think that's ceramic. I don't even know what ceramic is made out of. I think ceramic is heated up glass.
Yeah, or something like that. I'm gonna look it up. Let me look it up so we're not guessing.
Yeah.
So Sister Aisha says, do you challenge her thoughts and ask her what effect, positive or negative, would happen if she follows your expectations, or try to figure out why she is against your expectations? Well, Sister Aisha, I can tell you why she's against my expectations. And it comes from her mother, and it stems from her youth. It's a lot of story to it. This is why you got to be careful of the woman you bring into your life and call her your wife. But it's a whole lot beyond that, sis. And her mother has instilled in her. Her mother has instilled in her the behavior that she has today. Against my wishes and against my warnings, she is a result and a product of her mother for sure. That's as far as I can go right now, unless you want me to go into a whole nother dissertation. And we can maybe do that on another day, and I'll bring it out. But it's dangerous when you got a woman that's mentally unstable. She can destroy a whole family of blessings. It's true. Same thing if you got a man unstable. He can destroy a whole family of blessings as well. So let's keep it going.
I looked up ceramic. It just means Inorganic, non-metallic materials, often clay, that are shaped and hardened by high temperature firing.
Look, come over here.
It becomes non-porous like a coffee cup instead of a flower pot. Okay. All right. May the Most High be praised. That's correct, Brother Hassan. That's correct. You said you can tell us why, however, do you yourself challenge your daughter? I hear you. I was just wondering if you have challenged your daughters. So you kind of avoided the question, but it's okay. Well, we're not going to avoid the question, sis, because that's what we're here for. Yes, my answer is yes, I challenge her. But that's the daughter that called me overzealously righteous. That's the one who said that I go beyond the acceptance and I go into the extra field of righteousness. Because of the examples that I gave was the reasons why she didn't want to be here with me. And yes, I challenged her to ask her what she think it would be like if she was. And she said, depressing. She said she would be depressed if she lived here with me because I have too many rules and regulations for her to live under my roof. So that's how it goes, sis. What I didn't want to do was get into the details of everything about the backdrop, the back scene, and the history about what took place because it would take a long time. But if you ever really serious about that conversation, you have my number. You can just give me a call, and then I can fill you in so that you'll be better equipped and know what it's about. Okay? I encountered that argument. It was a slippery slope. So I acquiesced and threw out the dishes. Okay. Our history and Torah and the prophets is intentionally transparent for our learning. So it sounds like y'all trying to say for me to go ahead and tell the story.
I was trying to say the word acquiesced, Abba. Acquiesced.
Yeah, I'm talking about Aim Kater says the history of our prophets and the Torah intentionally transparent for our learning. So that means like go ahead and tell the story so we can learn from it. There is none more extra that my beloved sister, extra Laya Yisrael. What?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So I mean, if y'all want to hear it, you gotta let me know. If y'all want to hear it, then I'll tell it. But if not, we're gonna move on. I do what y'all tell me to do. Y'all run this show, not me. Who I think I am.
I think she was talking about one earlier, Abba.
Oh, you think she talked about something earlier? Then that would be really, 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 really late, wouldn't it? That was about an hour ago. Oh, okay. All right. So, Aim, are you trying to tell me to tell a story, get a backdrop to my daughter, and why she is the way she is? I know Sister Aisha want to hear it, but Sister Aisha, you can always call me later and we'll have that talk. Unless anybody else want to hear it, then I'll talk it now. But if not, we're going to keep it going. Okay, very well. Let's move on. Let's move on. May the Most High be praised. Speak on forgiveness. If you already have that topic on video, can you direct me onto it? We do have a video on that topic. It's been so long ago, I don't even know the name of it. But I'll speak to it because right now is the time for question and answers. So yes, I'll speak to that right now. A few weeks ago, sister, she might be here in the audience. I don't see her typing, so she probably fell back to sleep maybe. Forgiveness is a very important and essential piece. Not forgettingness, but forgiveness. Now, just because you forgive don't mean you have to forget. We have to remember that. Because if you forget, then you're liable to repeat the same behavior again and allow people the opportunity to destroy, hurt, or harm you once again. So you don't want to forget, but you do want to forgive. Just to cut it all low in a nutshell, when you harbor negative emotions inside yourself for others, it has a way of affecting you. It has a way of making you sick, shortening your lifespan, shortening your attention span. And all along, it's because you didn't let that go. You gave it life internally within yourself. And from the inside out, it will destroy you and bring you down and bring you to crumbles. And you might be strong enough to resist the direct effects of non-forgiveness for many years, but eventually it will catch up to you. It shows itself in sicknesses and disease and infections and in body ailments. That's how people who don't forgive different individuals for different things, that's how they affect themselves. And all depends on what it is that you're not forgiving can also play a mental toll on your mind. For example, the one particular sister that we spoke to several weeks ago. It's been so long ago. It's been maybe about 4 weeks ago we had a class, and I don't remember what the title of that class was, but during the question and answers portion, a young lady brought up this question about forgiveness. What happened to her was when she was younger, one of the men in Israel had did some nasty, some disrespectful things to her with the R word, had hurt her in that way. And I think she was around 14, 15 at the time. I'm not absolutely positive about the age, but I think she was about 14 or 15. And he did the R thing to her and was never brought to justice. And she harbored those emotions. And now she's 38? I think she says she is now. I think she's 38 now. And she harbors those emotions inside of herself of hatred for that individual. She don't realize, but all those years that she has been holding that hatred inside of her, she's been blocking blessings on her own behalf. She's been blocking blessings as far as her being healthy, as far as her mind being able to move past that and focus on other things. It takes a lot of energy from the brain to focus on negativity. And when you focus on negativity, it weakens your body, it weakens your immune system, it weakens your overall physical strength. Get one of your children or somebody in the house with you and have them stand right next to you and hold their arm out like this. And you take your hand and put your hand on top of their arm and push their arm down. But before you do that, you tell them, right now I want you to think about something positive, something you like. And I want you to resist my hand when I push it down. But think about something you like. And they're thinking about something positive. When they start thinking about that positive thing, and tell them to resist your hand when you push down. You'll try to push their hand down, and you more than likely won't get it down, or it'll take you a lot of effort to put it down. Take that same individual 2 seconds later, after y'all laughed and joked and smiled it off, clear their mind a little bit, and then tell them to focus on something negative, something they don't like, something they hate, a person they hate, or anything. And do that same trick with them and push their hand out. I promise you, their hand will resist you so much easier. I mean, it won't be able to resist you, and you'll have a much easier time pushing their arm down. It's because the ability for the brain to focus on negativity draws so much energy. That's just a physical test. Now imagine how much of that is working on the mental side of things. Your heart rate, your vision, your kidney, your lungs. If that energy that it takes to operate those vessels are constantly being consumed with your brain, and you can't give all the energy to your body and your organs like it's supposed to, it will affect you and cause you to be sick eventually. And it might take some time, but over a period of time, it will affect you. You might break out with a disease that's cancer disease, get a boil on your body or outbreak on your legs or somewhere. But a lot of times it stems from things that you don't let go because you just can't seem to forgive him or her. And a lot of times what we don't understand and what we don't realize a lot of time is self-forgiveness. We don't think about forgiving ourselves sometimes for a lot of disappointments that we have done to self, a lot of shortcomings that we have done in our own lives against ourselves. And one day we wake up and we beat ourselves over the head over it constantly, over and over and over. We never let it go. And we don't forgive ourselves. And eventually we make ourselves sick. So there's an external sickness that can invade you. And that's when you hate others and you hate other things and you got to see that person or you're dealing with that person. You just hate to let that go. And there's an internal one where you can have shortcomings in your own life and you hold that unforgiving spirit about your own self, choices you made, and the directions you head in life. Like a lot of people, let's deal with a female, for example, who had multiple children by different baby daddies. And she might come to a realization of herself one day that she didn't do righteously. And she'll hold that in the back of her mind. And it will affect any future relationship she has. It will affect her overall health. And it will even affect how she deals with her children. Because she can't properly show the love that she would naturally do if she was an appreciative of her children. She resents her children. And because she resents her children, she mistreats them. Not knowingly. She don't think she do anything wrong. But if you ever sit her down and have that conversation with her, you can point out to her how every time this child acts up, you beat him real bad. But when that child acts up, you don't beat him that bad. You just reprimand him a little bit. A lot of times it's because of the father's relationship with her. She hates, she hasn't let it go. Forgiveness is not in her heart. So forgiveness can affect you in a lot of ways. This is why you have to let go when you hold and harbor these negative emotions toward individuals. You have to let it go. When you hold and harbor negative emotions toward yourself, you have to let it go. There's a lot of people who hate themselves and beat themselves up with it and don't even know that they're hating themselves. A lot of women dress the way they dress because they hate themselves. They don't like the way they look. They haven't forgiven themselves for not being a perfect vessel when the Most High made them in this earth. So they go out and get all kind of shots and booty shots and dress all types of ways, all kind of dyes in their hair, blue, red, green, purple, orange, all kind of dyes, eyeliners, eyelashes, all the way. They haven't forgiven themselves for the imperfections that they have within themselves. And a lot of times that thing will go on for years and they won't even realize that that's what it's about. We have to learn to forgive ourselves. We have to learn to forgive others who may have violated us, disrespected us, misused us, or abused us. We have to learn to let go. And we haven't. For the most part, we haven't. We're so get back. I watched the show this morning where a young lady was cheated on by her husband. And it wasn't even her husband, it was her boyfriend. Matter of fact, he cheated on her with her friend. And the friend and the guy ended up being together. She was separated. So her get back was to cheat on her with him, cheat on him with her. That was her get back. That's how she got them back. Wicked. All she needed to do was let it go. And now she's just disrespected her own temple. She's taken herself down to their level, and that's not good. If she had just forgave it, moved it aside, let it go, and got it out of her spirit, she would be preserved a whole lot better than what she is today. Now her life is a living hell. We have to learn forgiveness. We have to learn forgiveness. Sis, I hope, Sister Juana, I pray that I've helped you. I mean, if you wanted me to go deeper, then maybe you can give me an example of what you're speaking of, and then maybe I can go a little bit deeper. But I pray that what I've done, what I spoke on, was helpful. The only thing that I can tell you, if you want to go and look up some of the old videos, some of them might be on hatred. I think one video is entitled Hatred. And you can look up Prince Israel with a Y and Prince Israel with an I. Some of my older videos, I know I speak on it back then. And then in a more recent video in this platform, I spoke on it as well. So if what I've said was helpful, I pray that it was. If not, if you want to ask a question to take it a little bit further, then we can do that as well. May the Most High be praised. Question on justice. Am I wrong in my thinking? I always thought there were scriptures on proving one is guilty of a crime, not just an accusation. Well, you don't have to have proof. You just have to have multiple witnesses. The law only says two or more witnesses shall establish a matter. So if you got two witnesses, even if you don't have any other proof, those witnesses will stand and be your proof. So that's it. That's all I can say in that manner. May the Most High be praised. All right. Yes.
I started two questions that Autumn had earlier.
Where's it at?
I started them in our start comment.
I don't see them. Can you post them?
Okay.
All right, this is the first one. Wonder why it's not showing. Oh, there we go. I see it now. All right, Abba, could you clarify your thought process about a woman only having one man / husband for the rest of her life? The Most High does say that a woman may remarry even if she divorced, right? I'm not saying a woman should want multiple men, but to say your statement may be disregarding what the Most High said. I just wish for the clarity to be clarified. Okay. All right. For a woman to have one woman, one man, in the beginning of creation, the Most High created man and woman to be a couple, to be a team, to be one. But he did not design it for a woman to ever have more than one man. He only designed it for a woman to have one man. And because, now this is my opinion on this matter right here, because sin into the world and began to corrupt us in many ways, then it became reason for the two not to be able to get along, not to be able to get together. And the Creator gave a clause in that law. Now, the clause in that law, I believe it comes in around the book of Deuteronomy, the 24th chapter. So let's see if we can go there real quick. Deuteronomy 24 and 1. All right, we have it. Deuteronomy 24 and 1. Now, this is when the Most High introduced the laws of divorce. It says, when a man have taken a wife and married her, and it comes to pass that she find no favor in his eyes, because he hath found some uncleanness in her, then let him write her a bill of divorcement, give it into her in her hand, and send her out of his house. And this is the part where I think you're speaking of. And when she is departed out of his house, she may go and become another man's wife. And if the latter man hates her and writes her a bill of divorcement and give it to her in her hand and send her out of his house, or if the latter husband died, which took her to be his wife, her former husband, the one she had before, which sent her away, may not take her again to be his wife. After that, she is defiled. For this is an abomination before the Most High. All right? So this is in response to your question. Originally, the Creator made the woman to be with the man and one man only. If that man was to pass away, the Most High made an exception in that rule that she can be with another man. Or if he divorced her, she can be with another man. And if that second man decided, I don't want you no more, and you're with that first man, the Most High, and you was with that first man, the Most High said you can't go back to that first man again. But let me read your question again so that I can give you a more concise answer, because I think you're talking about something else. Abba, could you clarify your thought process about a woman only having one man/husband for the rest of her life? Yes. My answer for that is that a woman was only designed to be with one man, period, for all of her life. That's why the semen affects her body in the manner that it does. The Most High does say that a woman may remarry if she divorces, right? I'm not saying, yeah, the Most High does say that a woman can remarry if she divorces. I'm not saying that a woman should want multiple husbands, but to say your statement may be disregarding what the Most High says. No, my statement is not disregarding what the Most High says. Just like when the Most High first created man on the planet, he didn't create man to eat meat. But men, after their own desires, began to eat flesh. And then the Most High intervened and he gave them a rule or a law. If you're going to eat flesh, then these are the certain animals that's clean that you can eat. And if you do eat flesh, you must pour the blood out. You should not eat blood. Now, that rule was given to us in the book of Genesis, the 9th chapter. The rule of what meat to eat or what type of flesh to eat was given to us in the book of Leviticus, the 11th chapter. These are things that we have to keep in mind when we're dealing with the Most High's law. It's a slippery slope to assert that the Most High will make laws against his own design. Most High never made laws against his own design. The Most High made laws to establish the desires of man. When he felt, in my opinion, when he felt those laws wasn't too far to the left or the right. I mean, those desires of man wasn't too far to the left or to the right. I recall you speaking on breaking that, taking a woman back after she's been with another man, and how it was terrible. Yes, it is. It's terrible. It's a sin in the eyes of the Most High. Well, let me address this, because it's not the same. And I'm going to share with you why. That's like a man making rules in his house against what he wants and sees as good to make his wives happy. Now, I'm going to tell you why it's not the same. And I apologize if it sounds crazy to you, but I can't help your emotions right now. Here we go. A man can say to his wife, I don't want you wearing pants. And that's a rule that he has in his home. And then him and his wife go out jogging and working out. He says, okay, you can put on sweatpants. But other than that, don't wear pants. There's a way to make exceptions for everything and still be within the confines of your rules. Maybe as a man, you might not understand because you're not a man. It's not giving in to, she might not even have desired it. It might not even be her thought. It could be his thought because he doesn't want his wife with the opportunity of working out with a dress on because it might come up, it might split, it might break. So he'll say, here, we'll put on some sweatpants while we're working out. So he just altered his rule. For 4 years, she didn't have on no pants. And one day he says, okay, when we're going to start working out. And when we work out, you can wear sweatpants. I'll get you some. They may be baggy and all that stuff, but he allowed for it to take place. He didn't violate his law. He made an exception so that he can get what he felt wasn't too much of an extreme for his desire. Now, to compare a man to the Most High, I can't do that. Only the Most High knows what the Most High does. But what I do know is that the Most High designed us and gave us a commandment that the fruit and vegetation was for our food. These herbs shall be to you as meat. That's in the book of Genesis, the 2nd chapter, the 1st chapter, and the 2nd chapter. These herbs shall be to you as meat. And then later on in Genesis, the 9th chapter, he allow us to eat meat, flesh. And then in Leviticus, the 11th chapter, he gave us rules about that flesh, what types of flesh to or to not eat. May the Most High be praised. I would never give in to their desires. You know why I wouldn't give in to their desires? Because it would weaken me as a man. And I'll never want to be weak as a man, ever. Now, if their desires are on a platform of righteousness, then I must submit. But if their desires is only for their own pleasure, that's a different situation. And that's not how men move. That's still his own desire and not going against his desire to please her. You are saying the same thing the New Testament says, and I reject that any of what we are told to do in order to be righteous is based. I truly don't understand where you're coming from with that, sis. On the desires of creation, he commanded lions to eat grass. Would you say they were never designed to eat meat? That's right. Absolutely. Lions was never designed to eat meat. No animal was designed to eat flesh. No animal, no man, ever. Everything was created to eat the herbs for the vegetation. Everything. And then they began to eat each other. And man followed along shortly after and began to eat flesh as well. All right? Now, what you got today in a lion is completely different. They eat flesh and they love it. They love it. All right? So there we go, sis. But I like your stance on building a strong man. How men are not to give in to the desires of the flesh of the women. I like that stance. Okay? It could be. It could be under Prince. It could be under Kez. It could be under Prince Kazaridar. It may be under any of those names. It might be under that dude. I don't know. I don't know, sis. It might be under bro. I don't know where you got me at in your phone. Let's see. No, I don't have you in minds anymore either. Unless you got another name. Let me see. Unless you got another name, sis. I got Ima Yahuda. I got your daughter's number in here. I got your daughter number. And I got Ima Yahuda's number in here. You got it? Okay. Well, call me so I'll have your number. Just so I can save it in. Ima Sharia. Let me look. I don't think I got it under that. Oh, I spelled it different. Yeah, I don't. You're gonna have to. If you can, just call me and I'll have it, and I'll lock it in. I'm gonna look and see though, just to make sure. I probably got you under a different name. So my apologies. All right. What we talking about right here, sis? Okay, Todoraba. What we talking about here, Sister Higdalia? I don't ascribe to evolution, sir. Sorry. Animals evolve like we do. Higdal. Yo, man, y'all keep that in the house. y'all keep that in the house. I don't want no trouble, man. That's my girl. You my man. I don't want no trouble. Y'all do y'all thing. Keep it in the house. Don't bring that on here. Don't let me get none of that. I don't need no backlash. AFK. I don't know what that means. I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna leave that alone. All right, so let's move forward, family. Let's move forward. What time we have? We got 2:36. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. All right. Let's see how this goes. I wonder how lions would eat grass. I do recall the Most High commanding that we were able to be vegans and at the onset. Only later we did begin to devour one another. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. Where the 10 mitzvot binding prior to their introductory to the wilderness? Were the 10 mitzvot commandments binding prior to their introductory? Who's introductory, aim? Who's into animals? All right. I don't know where y'all going right now, but if y'all want me to go look for the scripture where the Creator says that everything was to be eating grass, everything was supposed to eat the herbs of the field, and I can do that. We can find that if you want, or we can move on with the lesson. Whatever y'all want, that's what we're going to do. All right, but you find it in the first 2 chapters of Genesis. May the Most High guide my mind, my spirit, my body, my language, and my speech as I approach unto you, his people. May the Most High be praised. She said they want to defend that meat. It's okay. Y'all be happy, meat eaters. Okay, I got you, sis. I got you. I don't know if that's the case here, but I got you. I hear you. A lot of people move like that, but I don't think that's the case. Okay. All right. The conversation on the floor today is of the Most High bless the wicked. Does the Most High bless the wicked? Keep it in mind, family. And I would like to hear your thoughts on the Most High. Does the Most High bless the wicked? I would love to hear your thoughts on that. Does the Most High bless the wicked? As we go through life, we see and we question, why is my life so difficult? And I'm doing everything I can possibly do to please the Creator, to be the best version of myself, to bring glory to his name. Why is it that I'm suffering so much? Why is my life going the way that it is? And then when I look over here at this man who openly is a transvestite, a gay person, a wicked person, a thief, a robber, a murderer, extortionist, his life seems to be prosperous. He seems to be blessed. Have you ever asked yourself that question? Have you ever asked yourself why it appears that the wicked seems to elevate in this world while the righteous seems to suffer? If you're real enough with yourself, you have asked yourself that question. And if you walked in the best of your ability toward righteousness with the Father, then I know that you've asked yourself that question. Sometimes it is that we just don't appreciate what the Creator has done for us and is doing for us in our lives. Sometimes that's what's going on with us. We don't appreciate. We're some ungrateful people. But then there's times when we have to realize. Then there's times when we just have to realize that the Most High blesses the wicked along with the righteous. Think about it for a second. The wicked people wake up every day. The wicked ones that you know. Seem like every time they go to sleep, they wake back up the next day. And they're walking in the earth right with us. And you see the wicked and you see how they are prospering and how they seem to be the super wealthy. You see the picture that I put up on the beginning of the page. That man got enough money to raise Israel to a completely another level. The true Israel, us. He has enough financial blessings to raise the entire, every Israelite we know and can come to know within the next 20 years to elevate each one of our lives to a level that is unbelievably great financially. And he's one of the most wicked men there is on the planet. So if we're living so righteous today, and we're living a life that's so acceptable and pleasing to the Creator, why is my life as it is? Why am I suffering? Now, there is a scripture that says the earth has been given into the hands of the wicked. And with that principle in mind, everything that takes place in the wicked man's world is his heaven. This one of the reasons and explanations why so much evil brings pleasure to people, as opposed to good behavior bringing pleasure to people, and people are acknowledging you for these good things you do. Like, for example, the honor roll student in school, he's on the honor roll, but very few people will acknowledge that and praise him and worship him in a way like, let's give him a birthday party. Let's buy him a trip. Let's buy him a surprise, and let's bless him, and let's just have a gathering in his honor because he's always on the honor roll. Very rarely do those type of things happen. But usually it's the wicked people who get ahead and get the easy shortcomings in life and get the blessings in life. These kind of questions will go on forever throughout all eternity. But our lesson today is coming out of the book of Exodus, chapter 29. Exodus, chapter 29. And in Exodus, chapter 29, well, in our readings today, we're going to read about how the Most High took a wicked man against another wicked people and caused that wicked man to receive blessings that I would think, and that I know that you would probably think, are blessings that are reserved for the righteous, are blessings that should be reserved for the righteous. When we look at the realities of life, that's how we see the realities of life. You do good, you be blessed for it. You do wickedness, and you curse for it. Both cursings and blessings lie in the hand of the Most High, and only He can determine what it is that He's going to give at His discretion, no matter what we think, no matter how we desire, no matter what we want. Your righteous behavior only helps to influence the Most High to do righteousness to you, or righteous or good things to you in your life, favorable things that you would like. Your wicked behavior only influences the Most High to bring curses upon you or make your life a struggle. But what we tend to forget is that we're not like man. Our forefathers who have lived this life previous to us and who are us today has a price to pay to the Almighty. And we've been paying this price for a very long time. But the Most High gave us a way to bypass a lot of that suffering and pain and turmoil, and that was to return back to Him. Now, does that mean that you get a pass, that you won't ever suffer in life? You won't ever have a hard time? You won't ever go through hardship and you're going to be filthy rich? No, it doesn't mean that. Loyalty and obedience to the Creator does not mean that you won't have hard times. Does not mean that you will never suffer in life. It doesn't mean that. It does mean that the Most High will protect you, be with you, bless you, strengthen you, and guide you. And a lot of times, it may mean that the Most High will open up the windows of heaven and shower down so many blessings upon you that you won't have room to receive them all. All of that is left up to the discretion of the Creator. Prince don't have the keys to that in his hand or in his knowledge as to how the Most High works in those areas. The Most High blesses whom He chooses to bless, and the Most High curses whom He chooses to curse. But through our reading today, we're going to read about a wicked king who the Most High utilized for His service to do a job upon another wicked king. And then the Most High blessed him for it. The same wicked king that the Most High used to bring the children of Israel into captivity, He used to also humble other nations. So He was an agent of the Most High. He was a servant of the Most High. And this king was blessed tremendously for his works that he did. Well, why couldn't the Most High raise up a righteous man and put a righteous man in that position and give all that wealth to a righteous man? That's how we think. But our minds is not like the Most High's mind. Our ways are not like the ways of the Most High. So does the Most High bless the wicked? Absolutely. He blesses them every day when they wake up and can continue on with what they're doing. And there's a lot of them out there. How do you think guys who kidnap or traffic women, how do you think they get 500 or 300 or even 200 or 100 of them under their belt before they're caught? It had to be a blessing that they didn't get caught the first time when they first attempted to do it. The Most High says, and I know what y'all saying in your mind, the Creator don't do nothing evil and wicked like that. It's because you don't know the Most High. The Most High says, is there a death in the city that I have not caused? There's no death in the city that the Most High has not caused. He says, I, the Most High, do all these things. He said, I create good and I created evil. Now we see that man who's trafficking women is evil, but yet he's prospering. But we see him as evil and wicked. What I will tell you is to never envy those who appear to be well off, because envying them brings about a spirit within you that the Most High despises. You can appreciate, you can respect, you can accept when you see somebody doing better than you. But if you're envious of that individual, your envy can cause and bring a curse upon you from the Creator about a goy, a commoner, because you're envying them of their success or their blessings or their wealth or their riches, or because they got a nice woman or because she got a nice husband. You can bring a curse upon yourself for that. And that's not what we are to do in this life. Do not envy anyone, especially your oppressors. Don't envy anyone. Now, it's okay for you to desire what that person has or greater than what that person has. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't hold that inside your heart as a form of jealousy, a form of bitterness, or a form of hatred because she's slimmer than you and you fat and out of shape. You fat and out of shape. You big and out of shape. Don't be angry because he got more muscles than you and you skinny and you small frame. You're going to be envious of that individual because he has what you want and what you desire. Don't be envious because he has more wealth than you and you barely making it. Or she got more wealth than you and you struggling. Don't be envious over those things because that envy is like a form of hatred, like my sister brought about, Huhana. It's like a form of hatred. You're harboring these negative emotions inside your psyche. And it really boils down to hatred. And the Creator warns us against these things. He doesn't want us harboring these negative emotions within us. Does the Most High bless the wicked? Absolutely, He does. Absolutely. He does. Let's read on. Ezekiel chapter 29, verse 1. In the 10th year, in the 10th month, on the 10th day, on the 12th day of the month, the word of the Most High came to me. Son of man, set your face against Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Now, Pharaoh, I think the Pharaoh at this time was Pharaoh Hanaf. I believe that's who the Pharaoh was, around 580 BC. I think it was Pharaoh Hanaf. I believe that's his name. He was the king of Egypt. And prophesy against him and against all Egypt. Speak and say, thus saith Adonai Elohim. He says, behold, I am against you, Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Well, how much could the Most High be against Pharaoh if he's a Pharaoh? Think about it for a minute. To begin, he had to receive a blessing from the Most High to be even put in such a prominent position, such a powerful position as a Pharaoh. When the majority of us are born into poverty, this young man was born to be a Pharaoh. The Most High raised him up and elevated him to one day he became a king. And the Pharaoh over Egypt, y'all got to remember this because a lot of you might not know, but Egypt at one time was the greatest empire on the face of the earth. This is during their decline, but at one time, they were the greatest empire on the face of the earth. So to be put as a king over an empire is a blessing within itself. The Most High puts evil people in prominent position. Sometimes he does. It's very rarely that you would find a righteous man in a strong, dominant, prominent position as a pharaoh or as a king. In the ancient days it was, and in the future it will be once again. When the Most High takes us home, we will rule as kings and queens, and one man shall be above us all. as a prince to the Most High's people. And it calls him the great dragon, Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, the great dragon, Haggadah Tanim. Now, Haggadah Tanim is the words that you find in Tinanim in the Hebrew in the book of Genesis, where it talks about dragons or sea monsters, as they call it. In ancient Egypt, a dragon was a symbol of greatness, something powerful. So when the Creator says that great dragon, he's actually relying on what they used to consider a symbol to represent their nation. Dragons that lies in the midst of his streams, that say, my now is my own, and I made it for myself. I will pull hooks in your jaws and make the fish of the stream stick to your scales. And I will draw you up out of the midst of your streams with all the fish of your streams that stick to your scales. And I will cast you out into the wilderness, you and all the fish of your streams. That means that everybody was associated with that dragon. The Most High will cause to be punished along with that dragon. And you shall fall in the open field, and none shall be brought together or gathered. To the beasts of the earth and to the birds of the heaven, I give you as food. That's the Most High's message to Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, that great dragon. The Most High says he gives him and all of his people as food to the beasts of the fields. Why? The reason why the Father said this is because the king of Egypt, the Pharaoh of Egypt, had gotten haughty in his spirit, super haughty and arrogant in his spirit. Now, this angered the Most High because this king got so haughty and arrogant in his spirit, he called the Nile his, as if he made the Nile and made the Nile flow and made the Nile work its course as it did. Only the Most High does that. And all glory, all praise, and all glory and honor should be given to the Most High. But this Pharaoh took it. This Pharaoh was arrogant, high and mighty by his own right. That's how he felt. Now, that man didn't just become arrogant. He had been arrogant for a long time. But you know what brought him his punishment? You know what caused him to tear that anger up in Pharaoh and find a reason to destroy him? It's because the children of Israel, who are the Most High's elect, his people, every time another outside nation would run and fight against Jerusalem, fight against Judah, fight against Israel, the children of Israel would run to Pharaoh for safety, security, for protection, as opposed to running to the Most High. And that caused bitterness inside the Creator, that he said, I'm going to show you, who is flesh and blood, my children, that Pharaoh isn't able to hold weight against me. Turn your direction to me and be saved. But too many of us are running to a man, even that man who died on a stick. Too many of us are running to a man in search of salvation that only supposed to come from the Creator. And that's who we're supposed to trust in, the Most High. And not enough of us do that. The children of Israel, every time an invader came into our land, we will seek refuge with Pharaoh. We will run up to Pharaoh's land. Matter of fact, the kings of Egypt, sometimes when an invader came, the kings of Egypt will go to Pharaoh to pay tribute to Pharaoh, to get Pharaoh to fight off the invaders. So the Most High had a problem with that. And this is happening for years. So it's not just this particular Pharaoh who did it. A lot of the pharaohs had done that over the years of the children of Israel running to them. A lot of pharaohs have actually reached out and protected the children of Israel, sent down munitions and armies to fight the battles for the children of Israel. And what that did was that made the children of Israel become servitude to that pharaoh, like we owed them something, where we should have only owed the Creator because we gave our needs over to the hands of the Father. How many of you do that in your life today? Look to someone outside of the Creator. And I'm not talking about your husband, because the Creator said to him should be your desire. We're not talking about your husband. We're talking about somebody outside of the Most High, outside of your husband, that you look to for help, safety, and security. A lot of us are guilty of this, just like Pharaoh was all those years ago in 580 BC. The children of Israel, we run to others for our safety, for our help, and our security, not even realizing that we will drive the Most High to anger, and he will tear down the ones that we would always run to. Think about it, family. Think about it. When you put your trust in man above that trust going to the Creator, the Most High has a funny way of dealing with you and the individual that you ran to. Now, we're not talking about your husband, because as a wife, you're supposed to put your trust in your husband. The Creator commanded you to. He said your desire shall be toward your husband, and he shall rule over you. He never said your desire should be toward your oppressor or any other man other than your husband. It says, because you have a staff of reed to the house of Yisrael. You got a staff of reed to the house of Yisrael. When they grasped you in the hand, you broke and tore all their shoulders. And when they leaned on you, you broke and made all their loins to shake. He abused us when we ran to him. He beat us down. He used us. He hurt us. He harmed us. And even in this culture today, the same behavior is taking place. I just seen on the news where a black man was hung behind a police station. I believe it was in Minneapolis, I think, where a black man was hung up on a tree behind a police station. Just seen this on the news. They abuse us, and we allow it to happen. We don't fight back. How do you fight back? By going to your power, the true strength that you really have, the Creator, and asking him to work some works in your life that will help change your situations. Learn to use your resources. That's the Creator of all creation. That's the best strength that you have as an Israelite man. When they grasped you with their hand, you broke and tore all their shoulders. That's abuse. And when they leaned on you, you broke and made their loins to shake. Therefore, thus says the Most High, Adonai Elohim, behold, I will bring a sword upon you and will cut you from man and beast. Cut off from you man and beast. And the land of Mitzrayim shall be a desolation and a waste. Then they will know that I am the Most High. The Creator promised him that he will destroy him, he will destroy his people, and he will destroy that land. And if you look around today, you will be hard-pressed to find an original Egyptian with original bloodline. Everybody that's there is a mixed race. Everyone that's there is another people. The land of Egypt has laid desolate for a long time. It's a desert. Whereas one time it used to flourish with food and trees and vibrant. And the majority of it now is a desert. Then they will know that I am Yohewahe. Pharaoh said, it's because you said, the now is mine. And the Most High says, I made it. Therefore, behold, I am against you and against your streams. Streams, waters, always symbolic of men. And I will make the land of Mitzrayim an utter waste and desolation, from Megiddo to Cyrene, and as far as the borders of Cush. No foot of man shall pass through it. No foot of beast shall pass through it. It shall be uninhabited for 40 years. And I will make the land of Egypt a desolation in the midst of a desolate country. And her city shall be a desolation 40 years among cities that are laid waste. I will scatter the Egyptians among the nations and disperse them through the countries. And that's exactly what happened to ancient Israel, ancient Egypt. He did exactly what he said he would do. The capital of Egypt, I'm thinking Memphis. That's ancient Egypt. But they have another name where Cleopatra used to live. Start with an A. What's the name? What's the capital of Egypt today? Start with an A. I can't remember the full name. All right, somebody find that for me, please. What's the capital of Egypt? And I will make the land of Egypt a desolation in the midst of desolated countries. And her city shall be a desolation 40 years among cities that are laid waste. And I will scatter the Egyptians among the nations and disperse them through the countries. For thus says Adonai Elohim, at the end of 40 years, I will gather the Egyptians from the people among whom they were scattered, and I will restore the fortunes of Egypt. Cairo is the capital of Egypt? No, seriously? Cairo? Ask Siri or the computer, what was the capital of Egypt in Cleopatra's days? It started with an A. I did not know Cairo was the capital of Egypt today, but thank you for letting me know that. Is it an A or an E? I think it's an A. And I will restore the fortunes of Egypt and bring them back to the land of Pathros, the land of their origin, and there they shall be a lowly kingdom. It shall be the most lowly of the kingdoms and never again exalt itself above the nations. And Alexandria, okay, all right, there you go. And shall be the most lowly of the kingdoms and never again exalt itself above the nations. And I will make them so small that they will never again rule over the nations, and it shall never again be the reliance of the house of Israel. See, we relied on them. We looked to them for help, for shelter, and it drove the Most High to anger, to bitterness. Therefore, for us putting all of our hope and trust in Egypt, in the Pharaoh, in the king of Egypt, and because he was a wicked man, the Most High said, I'm going to get you. And that's what he did. He got him. And if you notice, a lot of you don't notice, but a few hundred years later, Egypt was taken over. I would say at least 300 to 400 years later, Egypt was taken over and never again became a prominent world dominant nation ever again. The Ptolemies was the last ones to rule on the throne in Egypt. But the Ptolemies wasn't Egyptian. The Ptolemies was Greeks. They wasn't Egyptians. I'm not sure of the name of the last Egyptian that ruled in Egypt. I meant to look that up before class, but I can't remember who it was. It may have been Queen Nefertiti around that time, around 400 BC, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But if anybody can find it out for me, let's put it there. Right. She sold out and had babies for Europe. No, Cleopatra was a European. Cleopatra wasn't a black woman at all. She was of the Ptolemy tribe, Ptolemy. Ptolemy. She was a Grecian. Her father was Ptolemy. Yes, Ptolemy. Yeah, she wasn't black. Yeah, they put her as if she was a black woman on a lot of things, but Cleopatra wasn't black. Her ancestors, okay, when Alexander the Great died, his 4 generals went in and took over different regions of the earth. And Ptolemy was one of those men. Ptolemy took over Egypt. And when Ptolemy took over Egypt, that's how his bloodline got in Egypt. And that was around 300, close to 200 BC. Alexander died, I think it was 331. I think he died. Or was he born 331 and died 354? He was only like 30-some years old. But he died. And once he died, his generals took over. One of them took over Egypt. And that's when the Ptolemies got into Egypt. Cleopatra came through that bloodline. And she ruled around 200, somewhere around there, 200 BC. So in that time frame, Cleopatra was not a black woman. But that was the first time Egypt had gotten so weak, the Creator had weakened them so much that the Creator allowed the black dynasties to cease to exist, as he has promised here. He allowed it to cease to exist, and then the Europeans came in and took over. But when the Europeans took over, it didn't last long, and it was all done. Let me see where we were at. I think I'm on verse 16. And it shall never again be the reliance of the house of Israel, recalling their iniquity, when they turn to them for aid. Turning to them for aid, turning to anyone other than the Most High for aid, for help, security. I don't care what you're going through. I don't care how hard it is. Before you take on the challenge of fighting for yourself, always turn to the Most High and ask him for his help, his protection, and his blessings. Then you do what you got to do. So if your house is about to be foreclosed on and you're about to be out on the street and you need some money, before you go to the bank to refi, go to the Most High. Before you go to your brother or sister to ask for a loan, go to the Most High. And it just may be that the Most High will bless your efforts and cause that person that you go to work on his behalf to make sure that you get what you need and get it fairly and righteously. Always trust in the Most High, always. That's what we have to learn. If not, and we make that a habit of going outside of the Creator for things that we need, even if you're about to marry a woman, if you're about to marry a man, always seek the Most High's permission and advice first and see what he tells you. In the 27th year, in the first month, on the first day of the month, the word of the Most High came to me, son of man. Now watch this. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, made his army labor hard against Tyre. Remember a couple chapters ago where the Most High caused Nebuchadnezzar to go against Tyre and sack him and fight him and beat him up? Every head was made bald, and every shoulder was rubbed bare. Yet neither he nor his army got anything from Tyre to pay for the labor that he had performed against her. The Most High had Nebuchadnezzar work on his behalf to bring down a nation that he wanted to punish. That nation was Tyre. You might be familiar with Tyre and Sidon. That nation was Tyre. The Most High wanted to punish them. Remember Tyre, that was the the Prince of Tyre that the Most High spoke about, how he had so many friends who would bring him all these things, how he got so established because he had so many people helping him out, and how he was an island. Tyre means an island, in a hill in the midst of an island, overstretching the sea. That's how Tyre was. The Most High had to bring him down because he got arrogant in his ways. He wasn't acknowledging the Most High for his blessings, and the Most High had enough. So the Most High brought the king of Babylon up against him. But now the Most High is saying that although the king of Babylon went up and did a service that I told him to do, he didn't get rewarded physically for doing what I had him to do. Therefore, I'm going to reward him with the kings of Egypt's belongings. Watch this. Therefore, thus says the Most High, behold, I will give the land of Egypt to Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and he shall carry off its wealth and spoil it and plunder it, and it shall be the wages for his army. Does the Most High bless the wicked? King Nebuchadnezzar was a wicked man. He practiced idolatry. He had soothsayers and all types of wicked people around in his circle. But the Most High hired him, and the Most High blessed him, and the Most High had him working for him. But what I will say to you all in the interim is that later on in history, Nebuchadnezzar began to serve the Most High. In the beginning, Nebuchadnezzar was a straight wicked man. He knew nothing about the Creator. He didn't worship the Most High. He was working for the Most High, but it was something that he knew nothing about. He was introduced to the Most High through Daniel, the prophet Daniel. He introduced Nebuchadnezzar to the Almighty. He had his dreams on his bed, and all the soothsaying magicians could not interpret his dream until somebody said, go get that guy or that Hebrew boy, Daniel. And Daniel came, and Daniel prophesied, and he told him exactly what his dream was and what it meant. That's how he was introduced to the Creator, because Daniel made the Creator known to Nebuchadnezzar at that time. And then after that, once he was known, and Nebuchadnezzar confessed that there is no power like the Most High, the Most High began to bless him. And then he went out on his balcony one day, put his hands up to the heavens, and said, look what I have done. I'm the king. I did this by my own power and might and wisdom. And the Most High heard it. And the Most High cursed Nebuchadnezzar, where he walked on the ground on all fours like a beast for 7 years. He ate grass and hay and bugs and beasts for 7 years on all four. That's how the Most High cursed him. And when the Most High brought him back, he never returned back to idolatry again. But prior to all that happening, the Most High was using him to do these things that we're reading about right now. The Most High is using Nebuchadnezzar to take down Tyre, to take captives the children of Judah, to bring them back as servants in his kingdom. The Most High is blessing the wicked. That blessings still go on today. The Most High still blesses the wicked people today. They don't know any better. They're not of the nationality that you are. They don't know to give praises, glory, and honor to the Most High and the Most High alone. They wasn't raised that way. But you do. You know it's in your blood. And that's why you will be cursed. For the same thing that they got away with, you will pay a heavy price for it because you know better. You go sleep with another man's wife, you know better. You go steal, rob, cheat, you know better. You go eat that pork chop, those crabs, those shrimps, you know better. Whereas he can do it and nothing happens. and he still get blessed. You go do it, your whole life start crumbling because you were supposed to be obedient to these commands that the Creator gave you. You wasn't built for that. You was built for greatness. You was built to preserve your body and do the best things you can possibly do for your body to bring healing to your body. Because you were to inherit eternity. You were meant to rule over eternity. As a child of the Most High, you got to know who you are. You got to know what you got to live for. You got to know why you got to keep these laws, why you got to keep eating healthy, because you was designed and created for greatness, but you're living like a man. And then you wonder why the heathens outrank you while they're doing so good and why they got all the riches of the planet. And it's because you can't get the first thing in alignment and worship your power like you're supposed to. I promise you, family, the more you turn back to the Creator and really put your trust in the Most High, I'm not talking about that stuff where you say, oh yeah, I trust you, Creator, and then you still go into the Europeans and your oppressors for your salvation and your blessings. I'm talking about the trust that you put in the Most High and you get out on your own and trust in Him and Him alone. One family I know that's as close to that as possible. They live on some land. It's not their land, it's somebody else's land. Brother got 9 children, him and his wife. Israelite brothers, brother work at our school. He has to trust in the Most High a lot more than me and you. If he knows that, I pray that he does. I pray that he understands what it is, to trust in the Most High, to really give the Most High the best of him. You in these cities, we got these jobs, and when we get a job, you can't tell us nothing. When we got some income coming in, can't tell us nothing. We got a job. We providing for ourselves. I'm so grateful for the brother who goes out and get work, and every time he get paid, he send a donation to the school. I'm so grateful for that brother. So grateful. But what it shows me is that brother recognizes that he's not getting that money because he put his hands to it, because he went to school and learned, because he did the physical trade. He's getting that money because of what he does for the Most High's people. He recognizes that, and he gives back a portion every week, sometimes 2-3 times a week. He gives back a portion to go to the school in Beulah Land and help out. And we're so grateful. So grateful because he didn't have to do it, but he does. And nobody had to tell him to do it. We're grateful. And them children get to go to school and get to appreciate it. The staff gets a pay and they get to appreciate it. And a lot of that comes from the contributions of brothers like that. I wish we had 50 brothers like that. Even 100, 150, 250. I wish everybody here in the audience was like that. Give back to help somebody else, because you know where your blessings come from. That brother knows where his blessings come from. It comes from the Creator, and he gives back. And don't ask for nothing in return. May the Most High bless that brother and continue to be with that brother and continue to cause his mind, his essence, his finances to multiply in his lifetime. May he live a great legacy back for his children when he goes on to be with the ancestors. May the Most High strengthen him as well and bring peace and longevity to his days. Now that's how you bless somebody. But you only bless those who are worthy of those blessings. And I don't know how the brother living his life. I don't know what he do when he ain't talking or whatever he doing with me. But I see that whatever he's doing, he's giving back to the Almighty. And we're grateful. Definitely, we're grateful. And if you don't have finances, then you can give back to the Most High in a different way, family. You can give time. You can give of yourself to give back and help somebody else. You can just be kind and generous to others. There's many different ways to give back to the Most High. Many ways. Does the Most High bless the wicked? Absolutely. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, was a wicked man, and he shall carry off its wealth and despoil it and plunder it, and it shall be the wages for his army. I have given him the land of Mitzrayim as his payment for which he labored, because they work for me, declares the Most High. Yohewahe. Nebuchadnezzar went to war with Egypt for many years. They was fighting for many years. From what I've learned, he never conquered Egypt fully, but he did a whole lot of plundering. He got a lot of that wealth. He got a lot of their riches. He never completely destroyed and annihilated them, but he beat them up real bad and took that wealth. And remember, they only had 40 years to wander in the wilderness to other people, other nations, and the Most High was going to bring them back. On that day, I will cause a horn to spring up in the house of Israel, and I will open your lips among them. Then they will know that I am Yohewahe. Now, who's the Pharaoh today? And who's the Nebuchadnezzar today? Pharaoh today could be a lot of people. Who do we run to as a nation to put our trust in? This government. We do. So who do you think the Nebuchadnezzar can be today? We're in the midst of a war right now. We're in the midst of a war right now. Who we in warfare with over there? Who we fighting against? Somebody tell me. Who we fighting against right now? Who the war with? The United States, Israel is fighting against who? Somebody tell me. And it just may be that man, who's a wicked man as well, could be in the role of Nebuchadnezzar. Don't be surprised, family. Don't be surprised, because the Most High worked in mysterious ways. She says, Iran. Okay. The Most High work in mysterious ways. Don't be surprised. And if you know anything about history, you will know that history always repeats itself. I think it's a century, every 100 years, it seems like history repeats itself. So don't be surprised. The word of the Most High came to me, son of man, prophesy and says, thus says Adonai Elohim, well, alas for the day is near. The day of the Most High is near, and it will be a day of clouds, a time of doom for the nations. Now, if what I just said, there you go, sis. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. If what I just said holds any weight, that our Nebuchadnezzar could be that guy that we're fighting right now. It could be that guy right now that we're fighting against in this war, who's a wicked man as well. If Prince is right, and the Most High is going to give him victory over these two nations, America and Israel, what do you think it's going to be like for us who are here in America in a very short period of time? What do you think life is going to be like?
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it.
If we're right, we will have only a short period of time. It could happen tomorrow. Devastation upon devastation. That quick. It can be as early as tomorrow.
Base 44.
Where we will all
So there are 5
be in a very serious situation with no food to eat, no water to drink, nowhere to live. It could be that simple in the blink of an eye, where the Most High is calling us up, out of here to go home, to serve Him, to worship Him. But my concern is how long could we survive? How long can we survive if what I'm saying actually happens today or tomorrow or next week? I have a video to show where this predictor says that it could be within the next 3 months. All the things that we just got finished talking about, the destruction, could be within the next 3 months. That's what he says. And if he's right, are you prepared for that? So many of us are so laxy-daisy right now, living life as if we have forever. Living life as if no destruction is going to come our way. We're prepared to go to work tomorrow. We're prepared to pay our rent tomorrow. We're prepared to meet somebody tomorrow. But how many of us are preparing for our survival for tomorrow? Living in these cities is going to be the first place they hit. Life is going to be a whole lot harder in these cities. I promise you. You don't have to listen to me now, but you will when that time comes, and that time is coming. If you can't see the handwriting on the wall, you're as blind as a all daylight. But are you prepared for that? Because the Most High does bless the wicked. Are you prepared for what's about to take place in this country? Have you ever watched those videos with those third world nations when they get bombed and things take place in their society? We don't need to get bombed over here for us to go into chaos and havoc. Our people have grown so accustomed to that easy life. Getting up, hitting a switch, and your lights come on. Going outside, turning the key, and your car starts to run. You can just pull up to a gas station, fill up, and your car continues to run. When you get thirsty, you go to the faucet, you can drink some water, or you can go to the store and buy some water out of a bottle. We have gotten so comfortable. Very few of us remember what the struggle is really like. Very few of us. Most of us ain't going to make it. How many of us right now, if everything was to shut down today and not another store opened up, how many of us can survive a week? If you ain't got no food to eat, that means you got to fast. And how many of you can fast a week? You should be practicing fasting now. You should be fasting more often now. What you say, you fat? You fat because you don't fast. You out of weight because you don't fast. You allow your desire for food to overweigh, overpower, overstrengthen your mind. We should be practicing right now. At a minimum, you should be doing is 1 meal a day. That's at a minimum. Because devastation is coming. And then you can go to a point where you can eat once a week. Then you go to a point where you can eat every other week. All of this is needed and necessary for your body to get conditioned for what we're about to face. You know, in a lot of other countries, in a lot of third world places, they live like that on a norm. They don't eat every day. They eat maybe once, twice a week, maybe, if they're lucky, if they're fortunate. They drink water 2-3 times a week. Well, you got water at your pleasure for whenever you want. And you still don't drink it right. We got to get ready, family, for the devastation. I watched this one video, and this man opened my eyes up to this. Although I do my best to get ready for this. He opened my eyes up to this. He says, if you go get a bug out bag, if you go stack up, you know what a bug out bag is? A bug out bag is if all the lights go out, you need enough material inside that bag to last you for 3 or 4 days. and you carry that bag on your back. And that our true bug out bag will weigh about 50 pounds. How many of us could run through the streets carrying a 50-pound bag or 50-pound weight on our back? Forget run. How many of us could walk several miles with a 50-pound? We're out of shape. We're first out of shape mentally. Then we're out of shape physically. Our mental has to dictate our physical capabilities, which means we got to start preparing today for what's about to take place in this earth. I ain't say the United States, I said this earth. We got to get ourselves in shape. And a lot of us are sleeping on that. A lot of us are not worried about getting in shape. A lot of us eat to live. Not enough of us eat to live. The majority of us live to eat. That's all we do. And when we live to eat, we gain weight. We grow up in places on our bodies that normally wouldn't be that way. But it happens with us because we're not thinking. We don't work out. We don't exercise. We don't even practice. Right now, you should be exercising. You should be practicing. You should be running. You should be watching the food you eat. You should try to get yourself. I'm fasting right now. I'm on a fast right now as we speak. All liquid diet for 30 days. Just juices, just drinks. If I can make it into a liquid, I'll eat it. I'll drink it. But I don't eat meat, so I don't need none of that stuff. I'm not taking vegetables at all. So I'm already fasting, already on top of another fast. That's how we have to discipline our minds. Who would like to join me in that fast? Any of you want to join me on that drink fast for 30 days? Just juices and water. Smoothie if you make it, but let your smoothie not have no fruit or anything of that nature. Just vegetables. Protein. If that's what you want. And if you want to put vegetables in yours, so be it. If you're not used to fasting, start off on a light fast. You don't have to do what I do. Start off on a light fast, but fast. We should condition our minds. And in the process of conditioning our minds, we should put stress on our minds. And one of the ways to put stress on your mind is to bring about fasting upon yourself, which causes affliction, upon your soul, to condition you, to be prepared. So when the lights come out and you can't cook no food and you don't have no food to eat, your body won't be so quickly wore out. Because that's what will happen to us. If we're not accustomed to being hungry, when the time comes that we are hungry, we're going to go out of our minds. We're going to do things that we normally wouldn't do. We're going to become people that we did not know existed inside of us. And a woman that's living a good life right now, where everything is given to her, she don't have to struggle for anything. The average woman, when the lights go out, they cut off the water, and the markets are closed, she's going to become a person that she never even knew she had inside of her. She's going to become somebody she never knew she was. And it's not pretty. Same thing with the males. They're going to become people they did not know existed within them. You think I'm playing? Look at some of the third world devastation that take place throughout the earth and ask them how it is. Ask Siri, ask Alex, ask Google, ask those places how it is in third world countries, how people change after hardship like that. That's right. That's exactly what they're going to do. That's exactly what they're going to. I had to feed my children, so I had to go prostitute myself. And he's a man. And he's selling himself to other men. Believe me, it can come to that, the devastation, because the mind wasn't prepared. The mind wasn't trained. When you're hungry, you will do things that you never thought you would do when you're hungry. A sword shall come unto Egypt, and anguish shall be in Cush. And when the slain fall in Egypt, and her wealth is carried away, and her foundations are torn down. See, the Most High is speaking about that taking place right now in Egypt. That's exactly what we're reading about today, devastation. Cush and Put and Lud and all Arabia and Libya and all the people of the land that is in league shall fall with them by the sword. Those were the scales, all the people that was held on to Pharaoh. Thus says the Most High, those who support Egypt shall fall, and her proud might shall come down from Megiddo to Syene, and they shall fall within her by the sword, declares the Most High, Adonai Elohim. America is today's evil. America is today's Egypt. Evil Egypt is America today. And America been ruling for a long time. They rule a planet in many places that you don't even know of. What I say, every 100 years, cycle history repeats itself. And then every 500 years, history repeats itself. Every great empire that ever ruled on the earth has fallen. One of the greatest empires that ever ruled on the earth is still around. It's been around for a long time. And that's the Britain Empire. Great Britain has ruled for a long time. They on their way out. Look at them. America's on its way out. Look at them. So what's the next great empire that's going to rise? Who's going to stand strong? Who's going to rise up? The empire of the saints of the Most High. That's what it is. It's you, it's me, it's us. We are destined to take over this planet again and rule this planet. Are you really ready for rulership, Israel? Because you guys can't even get yourselves together for a unity Shabbat because you got all these differences. Well, the Most High is going to erase all your differences. He's going to take all that and make it where it's not important no more. Remember what I told you? You'd be surprised at the things you do when you're hungry. When the need of necessity comes up in your life, you start taking those differences and moving them to the side. See, right now we're too comfortable. Everybody can get to do as they see fit, as they please. Nobody's being forced to do almost anything. Well, there's a time coming real soon when the Most High is going to be forcing you to do what he needs you to do. And you better do it, because it will mean your survival. Those who support Egypt shall fall, and her proud might shall come down. All those who support this country are in jeopardy of losing their freedom, their right, their lives. And they shall be desolated in the midst of desolate countries, and their cities shall be in the midst of cities that are laid waste. And I know right now you can't imagine these things happening. You're saying, Prince, that ain't going to happen. We ain't worried about that right now. I pray that it doesn't happen. I pray that I'm wrong. But if things continue to go like prophecy has been going, it's going to happen. And we're going to see it in our lifetime. Devastation upon devastation like we've never seen it before. Some of your parents may was alive during the last recession. I mean, the real recession back in 1930. Ask them what it was like. And you know what I've learned from then? Back in the 1930s, everybody who lived in the city suffered way more than the people who lived in the countries. Because the countries, they had wells. In the countries, they grew their own food. In the countries, life was different than in the cities. But everybody that was in the cities and living off of their wealth They all died. They all suffered. They all was tortured. Those who lived as the Europeans had designed it to be. But those who lived in the country, they grew their own food. They ate. They might didn't have all the luxuries of life that they normally had, but they were set up for survival already, because that was accustomed. They were accustomed to that style of living. Then they will know that I am Yohei when I have set fire to Egypt, and all her helpers are broken. So all the people around you right now, oh, you just going beyond. You ain't got to do all that. You exaggerating all this stuff with the Creator. I'm talking about the non-believers, the people who say that the Most High ain't going to do what the Most High is going to do. You try to talk to them in a time of peace to tell them that they're supposed to be keeping the laws of the Most High, but they didn't want to hear you. You try to talk to them and say, hey, listen, we need to go put our money together and buy some land so we can grow our own food and have some wells and stuff dug, but they didn't want to hear you. They didn't want to hear you. Devastation is coming. Then they will know that I am Yohei when I have set fire in Egypt, and all her helpers are broken. On that day, messengers shall go out from me in ships to terrify the unsuspecting people of Cush, and anguish shall come up upon them on the day of Egypt's doom. And for behold, it comes. Sister Aisha said, that's my question. How can we bridge the gap between Old Testament and New Testament? One of the first ways, and the only way that I see, is to bridge the gap between Old Testament and New Testament, is that you all agree on one thing, and that's the laws of the Creator, and move out on that. As long as you all are abiding by the laws of the Creator, you should be fine. May the Most High be praised. Don't matter if you believe in the New Testament and he believes on Torah only. As long as you all believe in the laws of the Most High and you all are living by the laws of the Most High, then you shouldn't have a problem. That's how you can bridge that gap. Unsuspecting people of Cush and anguish shall come out of them on the day of Egypt's doom, for behold, it comes. Thus saith Adonai Elohim, I will put an end to the wealth of Egypt by the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. He and his people with him, the most ruthless of nations, shall be brought in to destroy the land. The Most High just ordained that a wicked man named Nebuchadnezzar. Does the Most High bless the wicked? Absolutely. That a wicked man named Nebuchadnezzar will receive a blessing by getting a lot of the riches and wealth of another king in the land of Egypt. He and his people with him, the most ruthless of nations, shall be brought in to destroy the land of Egypt. And they shall draw their swords against Egypt and fill the land with the slain. And that's exactly what they did. And I will dry up the Nile and will sell the land into the hand of evil doers. The Most High just say he will sell the land into the hand of evil doers. So if these evil doers are receiving land, are they receiving a blessing from the Most High? Absolutely. The Most High blesses the wicked. It's according to how he sees fit and for what purpose he's doing what it is that he's doing. I will bring desolation upon the land and everything in it by the hand of foreigners. I am Yohei. I have spoken. Thus says Adonai Elohim, I will destroy the idols and put an end to the images in Memphis. There shall no longer be a prince from the land of Egypt. So I will put fear in the land of Mitzrayim. I will make Pathros desolation and will set fire to Zon and will execute judgment on Thebes. And I will pour out my wrath on Pelusum, the stronghold of Egypt, and cut off the multitude of Thebes. I will set fire to Mitzrayim. Pelusum shall be in great agony. Thebes shall be breached, and Memphis's face shall face his enemies by day. The young men of and of Pi Beseth shall fall by the sword, and the women shall go into captivity. And Tahaphanes, the day shall be dark when I break their yoke bars of Egypt, and her proud might shall come to an end in her. She shall be covered by a cloud, and her daughter shall go into captivity. Thus I will exclude or execute judgment on Egypt. Then they will know that I am Yahweh. In the 11th year, in the first month, on the 7th day of the month, the word of the Most High came to me, Son of man, I have broken the army of Pharaoh's king of Egypt, and behold, it has been bound up to heal it by binding it with a bandage, so that it may become strong to wield the sword. Therefore, thus says Adonai Elohim, behold, I am against Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and will break his army, both the strong arm and the one that was broken, and I will make the sword fall from his hand. I will scatter the Egyptians among the nations and disperse them among the countries. And I will strengthen the arm of the king of Babylon and put my sword in his hand. He's blessing a wicked man. But I will break the arm of Pharaoh, and he will groan before him like a man mortally wounded. I will strengthen the arm of the king of Babylon, but the arms of Pharaoh shall fall. Then they shall know that I am Yahweh when I have put my sword into the hand of the king of Babylon, and he stretches it out against the land of Mitzrayim. And I will scatter the Mitzrayimites among the nations and disperse them throughout the countries, and they will know that I am Yahweh. Are there any questions, family? We're going to stop our readings there. We're going to pick up on 31 when we come back next week. Create a word. So are there any questions, family, about anything that we read today? That's my question. How can, try to bridge. Okay. Are there any questions or comments, family? Before we close out for the day, are there any questions or comments? Please let us know. If you have any questions or comments, now is the time to ask those questions. Sometimes, this is Sister Aisha, I believe the wicked are blessed by the little gods, idols they serve. That is never true. Never true. Because the gods and the idols they serve are not real. The Most High, I just got finished showing all this information. I guess I wasn't successful. All blessings and all curses come by way of the Creator. So if it appears that they're receiving blessings in their lives, it has to be because of the Most High. not because of any idol or deity that they serve. Blessings can only come from the Most High. Are there any questions or comments, family? And if they continue to serve those idols, all that does is angers the Most High. So that the Most High eventually brings down his wrath. I will say, even though they have material goods, I notice that they often lack peace. Never envy them. They're always needing more. Absolutely. But let me tell you something that I've learned some years ago. And it's sad because a lot of the people are my own friends. Some of the people that I know that are wealthy, that has a nice little chunk of change. Although the Most High blessed them to have financial wealth, most of them, not all of them, but most of them have physical impairments. They're sick. I seen one not too long ago, a couple weeks ago, one of my brothers, and he was walking on a cane because he couldn't hardly walk. His back is messed up. His shoulders messed up. His ankles messed up. His brother has so many different heart attacks and strokes. It's unbelievable how the Creator's taking that family through what he's taking them through. One of the brothers is laying up in the hospital bed, if he's still alive. I haven't gotten any word, so he's probably still alive, but he's incapacitated. He has all kind of bodily functions that are no longer working anymore. Sometimes we miss our blessings because we're looking at the success of others. Now, all of my life, the majority of my life, and all of my adult life, that family grew up wealthy. Matter of fact, I brought some of the property that I have from them. They grew up wealthy. I got their leftovers in a lot of instances. They used to laugh at me about this Hebrew Israelite walk. They used to laugh at me about my diet. They were my friends. And then one day they called me up about my diet and said, hey, Cass, you remember you told us how you eat? How you eat now? Tell us how you eat again. Tell us how you eat. So I had that conversation with him. And one brother said to the other, I told you he was still eating like that. So he gets back on the phone. He says, I eat like that now. I said, really? Congratulations. What's going on? He kept getting sick. He kept having heart attacks. The food that he was eating was contributing to the downfall of his health. And he was suffering. He couldn't take it. So he changed his diet and he started eating like Prince, a vegan diet. I think he only went vegetarian. I don't think he went vegan. But he changed his diet. He's still sick, but he probably would be dead by now if he didn't change. And that conversation might have took place 3-4 years ago. I only wish that they had enough sense and intelligence to say, well, he was eating different, but he was also worshiping a different power than we worship. They didn't really do any worshiping at all. That money was their God. And I would only pray that they had enough sense to realize that they need to turn into the law completely. And not only eat the foods that I eat, but worship the power that I worship and serve. Because through that, they can receive salvation. And a lot of the curses and hardship and hurt and pain that they're suffering, it could be a lot different. Now, had they changed their diet 30-something years ago, when they were making fun of me, no telling how their health would be today. I talked to one of their sons. Oh, that boy loves Prince. He loves Prince. He probably listening now. He's a Hebrew Israelite, practicing Israelite. I don't know where he go to class. I don't know what he does. But every time I talk to him, he a vegetarian and he a Hebrew. He greets me with shalom. He talks about some of the classes. This is where he at right now. But that's the son, not grandson. That's their son. One of the brothers, that's his son. He probably listening to the classes now. That's my man. And we talked about a lot of things. I didn't have to convince him. He saw the evidence. He took hold of it. He gravitated to it. And he began to live that lifestyle. And I only pray that he outlives his parents, even his grandfathers. I pray that the Most High bless him with long life. He got a lot of wisdom, but the Most High can bless him with more. He's a very intelligent man, and he making money. But I pray that the Most High completes his blessings full cycle in his life. And last time I talked to him, maybe 7-8 months ago, he said the only thing he got to get under control now is the Shabbat, because he was working on the Shabbat. And he says that through our conversation, it helped him to realize that. So that's what he's going to start doing. And I pray that he has, because the Most High heard his covenant. I pray that he has. I haven't spoken to him since, but I'll reach out to him and see what's going on with him. Still keeping in mind all the preserve is special, especially the ways of the Most High. That's right. The Most High preserves us. The Most High protects and blesses us. Today was interesting and edifying. I'm thankful for this platform always. I agree, sis. The lack of peace that comes with a lot of that life, nothing to envy. Take notes to get success, however, not make their mistakes. Absolutely. And one of the ways of their mistakes was to walk away from the Most High. A lot of us really envy the evildoers, and we try to imitate their ways, thinking that it would bring us success. But once you know of the Most High, you can't join in with their worshiping their deities, because the Most High will cut you off. They can get away with it for 40 years. But the moment that you know the Most High and then you turn around and go into idolatry, he coming. Believe me, he's coming. I will say, even though they may have material goods, I noticed that they often lack peace and envy them. They're always needing more. May the Most High be praised. All right. Are there any other questions or comments, family? Because if not, we're going to close it out. Is anybody here that wants to make prayer? Anybody here that wants to close us out with prayer today?
Kane, I would like to make prayer.
How you say that in Hebrew?
Ani mukana tefillah.
I need what? I need what?
Mukana. I'm ready. Tefillah.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention that you said you're ready. Yeah, I thought you said you wanted to make prayer. Okay. Listen there.
All praises, all glory unto our Creator, Most High. We humble ourselves as we come before you, asking for your permission to approach unto your throne. We thank you, O Creator, if it has been your will to allow us to come before you. We ask, O Creator, that you please forgive us for any uncleanliness that you may see in us, O Most High, in our approach. We ask you, O Most High, to be with us in our inward parts and our outward parts, O Most High. Cleanse us from any wickedness and evil that may reside in us, O Creator. Surround us, O Most High, with righteous people, righteous thoughts, righteous actions, O Creator. Most High, we ask that you forgive us for all of our sins, known and unknown. and that you show us, O Most High, the way to correct ourselves so that we may not repeat those sins, O Most High. Most High, we ask that you be with all those who have been here today, present in the physical or the virtual, O Most High, to hear this lesson, that they walk away with something more enlightening than they came in today, O Most High, and that we also receive the same. Most High, we ask that you be with our spiritual guide, head, lead, Prince Kazarda, O Most High, my Ish, O Creator. Allow him to continue, O Most High, to bring forth the messages that you have placed in him, O Most High, on his heart and his being and his mind. Allow him to continue to do the work, O Creator, the research, put in the time and the efforts to teach, O Most High, in the most righteous manner. O Most High, continue to preserve him in his physical so that he may be able to withstand and do the work on the physical platform, O Most High, to build our community, to help build the community for the people, O Most High. Most High, we ask that you be with all of our elders, O Creator, that are consistently present in our lives and those who are not, O Most High. Lift them up, O Most High, in all the ways that you know fit, that you see fit, and continue, O Most High, to allow us to sit at their feet, to garner, to gather all the wisdom, O Creator, that they have inside of them that they are capable of sharing, O Most High. Be with them in their health, O Most High, in their challenges, mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally, and financially, O Creator. Allow them to continue to be in our presence as you see fit, O Creator. O Most High, be with all those mothers and fathers who are doing awesome jobs, O Creator, and be with those who need your help, O Most High, in the rearing of their children, O Most High. Lift up any issues, O Creator, that are bound to them, to Most High, that is not allowing them to be their best, O Most High. We don't have a blueprint, O Creator, to be a parent, but we know we have you to seek and get that wisdom. And we have elders and those alike to be able to go and sit and ask for their advice and guidance. Most High, be with all of our children, those who are going into adulthood, those who have been in adulthood, those who are in teenage years, adolescent years, O Creator, toddler years, and in utero, O Most High. O Creator, when they call out unto you, O Most High, answer them if it be your will, O Creator, because we know that as we were young, we had questions that sometimes we may have asked our parents, but we went to our Creator for. Allow them to find and seek guidance in righteous places, O Most High, if they can't seek it in us, if they can't ask us or are afraid. Allow them to make great choices, O Most High, that are successful and relevant to their upcoming lives, O Most High. Most High, we continue to ask that you be with all of Yeshua on the four corners of the earth, if it be your will. All those who are here at the sound of my voice, O Most High, we ask for a blessing, O Creator, to be placed upon us, that we continue to strive to be righteous before you, O Most High, and to adhere to your laws, statutes, and commandments, when not just with thought, but with application of Torah, O Most High. We ask, O Most High, that those who may listen later, O Most High, be blessed with the same, O Creator. We ask, O Most High, in the troubled time that we have, that you know the outcome, but that you show us in the ways that you can, O Most High, how to unite, O Most High, despite our differences, as the sister said. How do we unite with the differences, O Creator? And not just unite, but be productive in our unifications, O Most High. Most High, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the opportunity to be amongst one another. We thank you for bringing back family and friends that we have not seen in a long time. We thank you for covering them, O Most High, in each other's absences. And we ask that you continue to hold us, O Most High, in your grace and your mercy, and that we continue to give you thanks and show you the things and reasons why we have earned your mercy and grace, O Creator. We honor and we glorify Yahweh in holy name, for you and you alone are our master, our king, creator of all things. We all say, O Most High, Toda Rabah, Abi, Toda Rabah, Selah.
Amen. Shabbat shalom. Good job.
You're on mute, Abba.
Haven't said anything yet. Thank you.
Toda more, I guess. He wrote it in there, what I'm supposed to say. And he wrote to say.
He says,
I would say he wrote Sa.
The prayer.
Yeah. So he put it in Hebrew up there. And I would say Ani wrote Sa. Like,
But you didn't say that. That wasn't your words. You didn't say I wanted to say. You said I'm ready. And
no, I did. At first I did say I want, but then
so I was right then.
Yeah. And then I came back in Hebrew and said Ani Mukana.
Mukana?
Oh, I got you next week, bro. All right? I got you next week. May the Most High be praised. Got you next week.
All right, Toda Rabah.
That's right. Rote. All right. Are there any questions or concerns, family, before we close out? Ima, are there any announcements? That I'm correct.
No.
Correct.
No, I don't have any announcements besides, just being ready for Shavuot coming and continuing to keep, on the righteous path, and any questions people may have about our school or whatever. I can definitely put the email here. It's scrolling now, so you can always email us, ask us questions, and that goes for anything that we, do as a community. You can email us here for our school, and you can always email us here at BeulahLand at templekefarim@gmail.com. Zehu, that's it.
All right, family. Lalato, may the Most High be with you all. And thank you all for coming out, spending your Shabbat day with us. May the Most High be with you and give you the blessings of your mind in righteousness and truth. Lalato.
Lalato. Shalom.
Beulah Land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back.
We are Beulah Land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah Land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kefar Yim with hands-on action.
You got it, you got it, yeah, you got it.
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah Land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.GoshenHebrewAcademyTempleKefaryim.org. Feel free to contact us at beulahland@templekefaryim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration.
But it's kind of tough. It all could change up in a minute. As fast as change clothes after cleaning.